Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Justin Dutram. I'm the Assistant Vice President for Mexico and Latin America in Arizona International, and it's my singular honor to welcome each and every one of you to the University of Arizona today for the seminar on Transnational Litigation and Corporate Accountability, Mexico's Case Against Arms Traffickers. So this is a hybrid event. We do have well over 250 registrants in Zoom, so keep that in mind. And we have a great crowd here at the Health Sciences Innovation Building. Before we get started, I would like to just take a moment to thank the organizers for this event, and that would be the James E. Rogers College of Law. So with us today, we have Dean Mark Miller, who will be welcoming us in just a moment, and of course, Professor Sergio Puig, who's with us. La Secretaría de Relaciones Exteriores de México, Counselor Alejandro Celorio, Consul Rafael Barceló, and our good friend, Ambassador Ricardo Pineda. We thank you so much for your support in organizing this event. And then from Arizona International, where my office is, I would like to call out the Dean of International Education, Dr. J.P. Jones III, for his support as well. So these are the three organizing units that put the agenda together and brought everyone here today for this amazing conversation. And I would also like to share just a very quick note of special appreciation to the UA Center for Latin American Studies for their support. Director Marcela Vázquez León and Assistant Director Colin Deeds were instrumental in hosting the first part of our talk this morning with author and journalist Ioan Grillo. And now to officially open the event, I would like to invite the Dean of the College of Law, Mark Miller, to share his welcoming remarks with us. Dean Miller.
Justin, thank you. Welcome all in person and welcome those of you online. This will, of course, not only be streamed, but recorded, and I see the conversation this afternoon as becoming a foundational part of one of the most interesting issues of our times. At the University of Arizona, we believe there was no past, there is no present, and there is no future that is not common to the United States and Mexico. I am the Dean at the College of Law, and on behalf of President Robert Robbins, I want to formally welcome you to the seminar entitled, as you know, Transnational Litigation and Corporate Accountability, Mexico's Case Against Arms Traffickers in the US. We also welcome to your house, su casa, our partner, Mexico's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in particular, Ambassador Alejandro Celorio and Consul General Rafael Barceló, to this co-sponsored event that seeks to explore one of the most consequential issues in the future of North America, what to do about the epidemic of gun violence that affects both of our nations. I say this as here at Arizona, we continue to heal from the terrible events that impacted our university community in October. And as we struggle with a recent wave of shocking gun violence and stories almost daily from across the United States. As individuals and as institutions, we must reflect on how to address this problem. It affects all of us. As a leading institution in the American West, we take this commitment seriously as this persistent problem deeply touches not only our border communities, but all of our communities. Today, our main topic is the exploration of how the ubiquitous access to guns in the United States, specifically in Arizona, feeds the violence that affects our brothers and sisters living on the other side of the border. Situation in Mexico, where large segments of the population now live in fear and suffer day-to-day violence from organized criminal organizations armed with US-made guns, as well as the military response to those organizations, raises important questions. What can the law and lawyers do to prevent or reduce harm that the right to bear arms imposes on others. The focus of the seminar is the recent civil lawsuits brought by Mexico in US courts. Mexico's first lawsuit in Massachusetts targeted US gun manufacturers that, among other practices, market their guns to Mexican cartels. Second lawsuit, here in Tucson, targets retailers that, the lawsuit claims, knowingly sell guns to straw purchasers who pass them to smugglers and then into Mexico. Third case before the Inter-American Court of Human Rights challenges the legal immunities provided by US law, which hinder access to justice for the many victims of American guns. These issues are fascinating not only from a legal perspective, but also as a matter of national security for Mexico. As such, we have convened a select group of experts to discuss the cases and the issues that result from them. The panelists will be introduced shortly. However, I want to take a moment to highlight the 4 stellar keynote speakers tasked with sparkling, lively conversations among our panelists. Professor James Cavallaro from Yale University and the former president of the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights, followed by Ambassador Solorio, counselor and Mexican Foreign Ministry's legal advisor, and then John Donahue, the Wendell and Edith M. Carlsmith Professor of Law at Stanford University, and a good friend of this law school and to many of us over the years. And finally, Ioan Grillo, journalist and writer, who will make the final remarks to bring closure to this day of events as he helped us kick off the conversation this morning. I want to finish by thanking all of you for coming. To those of you with us remotely and virtually, the University of Arizona sees itself as a leading university of the Southwest. We have also long said and meant, we believe, we are Mexico's northernmost university. As such, our students, researchers, and faculty have a commitment to work on social, environmental, political, and economic issues that affect the Sonora, Arizona region, and in Mexico from USMCA and the Colorado River to the Plan de Justicia y Aquí, from nearshoring of supply chains, the training of Mexico's top diplomats, to the exploration of gun trafficking and unlawful diversion of arms exports. Arizona will continue to lead by example and silence the voices that negate the idea that Mexico and the United States are connected deeply and profoundly, and the survival and success of one depends on the vitality and success of the other. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dean Miller. We're very fortunate to have your leadership at the College of Law and here at the University of Arizona, and we thank you for your continued support for the meaningful, constructive engagement on the most substantive issues in the bilateral relationship with our partners in Mexico, especially with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the National Autonomous University of Mexico. Thank you very much, Dean. It is now my honor to introduce our first keynote speaker, Dr. James Cavallaro. James, or Jim Cavallaro, is co-founder and executive director of the University Network for Human Rights. He teaches courses on human rights law and practice at Wesleyan University, Yale Law School, and UCLA Law School. Prior to co-founding the University Network, he served as a professor of law at Stanford Law School from 2011 to 2019, and a clinical professor of law at Harvard Law School 2002 to 2011. At both Harvard and Stanford, he established and directed human rights clinics and ran human rights centers. In 2014, Cavallaro introduced human rights advocacy into the undergraduate curriculum at Stanford. Cavallaro has overseen dozens of projects with scores of students in over 20 countries. In June 2013, Cavallaro was elected to the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, and he served as president of that body from 2016 to 2017. Jim Cavallaro has dedicated his 30-year career to human rights advocacy. He has been actively involved in the defense of rights, critical reflection on the human rights movement, and the promotion of accountability at the international level. A prolific scholar and sought-after voice on international human rights issues, He is frequently called upon by the media and civil society to offer his expertise. Cavallaro received his BA from Harvard University and his JD from Berkeley Law School. He also holds a doctorate in human rights and development from Universidad Pablo de Olavide in Sevilla, Spain. Please welcome me please join me in welcoming Jim Cavallaro. Jim. You can speak from the podium? Or?
I'll speak from here, but I'll speak with the water. Many thanks for the kind words, Justin. I have my water. I'm set. And it's a privilege to be here today. This is a very, very important event. It's an important event because it is engaged with a very important effort to try to push back against some of the ugly gun violence that has marked the recent history of Mexico and the United States. Let me, if I can, excuse me, thank the University of Arizona for the invitation, the SRE de Mexico for its support, Dean Mark Miller, and in particular my friend and organizer, Professor Sergio Puig. I've been asked to provide some context for today's conference, which is going to focus on analysis of the legal initiatives of the litigation brought by Mexico in the United States, and we've already seen before the Inter-American Court in a advisory opinion context, or we will see. The context that I would like to provide is about what is happening in terms of human rights and in terms of human suffering in the United States and in Mexico, more in Mexico, and the relationship between what happens in the United States and what is happening in Mexico. It's often said that when the United States sneezes, Latin America and certainly Mexico catches a cold. Here, with weapons and the river, the Iron River, as Ioan Grillo discusses and others, of weapons going into Mexico, we're not talking about sneezing. A better analogy is our neighbor's house is on fire and we are dousing it with gasoline. In the next 20 minutes or so, I would like to explain why I believe that there is a fire raging in Mexico and the region, the nature of the irresponsible and at times arrogant response by the United States to this fire or crisis, excuse me, the role of the United States in the creation and development of the conditions that lead to and define this crisis or these crises generally, and also the role of Mexican authorities in the arms litigation, but more generally, policies in Mexico and their role in the crisis. First, the gravity of the crisis in Mexico. So Justin went on a bit about my background. I was squirming in the seat during the introduction. But just to note that as he flagged, I have been working in human rights for 3 decades. More than 3 decades. In the 1980s, I started working with Central American refugees on the border, this border, but in El Paso. I worked in Pinochet's Chile when he was still the head of Chile, working with families of forcibly disappeared persons during that dictatorship. I worked and lived in Brazil for a year. I have had occasion to document rights abuse in, I'm fairly certain, every state in Latin America. Over the past 4 decades, I have closely followed the human rights situation in the Americas. And today it is my, I believe, informed view that the crisis of forced disappearances and of homicides, but mostly forced disappearances in Mexico, is the single most severe human rights crisis in the hemisphere today. That's why I say our neighbor, and Mexico is our neighbor, which we really feel here in this part of what was Mexico until the Gadsden purchase, which I should probably put in quotes, and the Mexicans will understand those quotations for purchase. In this part of the country, we have to be particularly sensitive to that relationship between the United States and Mexico. Some figures to give us a sense of the context. First, over the past 15 odd years, there have been 100,000 individuals in Mexico who have disappeared or forcibly been disappeared. That is 3 times the number of the highest estimate of people forcibly disappeared in Argentina during the years of military dictatorship and state terror. The homicide rate in Mexico has more than tripled from 2007 to 2020. Those years correspond to the increase in turf battles between and among cartels, between and among organized crime, and between and among organized crime and state agents. A threefold increase, which has paralleled the increase in weapons entering into Mexico. The homicide rate in Mexico is now around 40,000 cases per year. What's happening? How can we understand this? And this, again, to give us a framework to think about what this weapons litigation means, what it might mean, and what potential it might have. I would say that in a sentence, if I had to summarize what's happening in Mexico, it's that broad swaths of the Mexican state and governance apparatus have been captured by organized crime and drug cartels who wage ever more violent turf battles with each other and with non-compliant authorities, torturing, disappearing, and murdering those who stand in their way. And they are doing this largely with guns made in the United States. That's why we're here today. To give a little bit more texture to the narrative, because we're still at the 30,000 foot level, I'd like to talk about 2 cases. First is the situation in recent years in Coahuila, which is a border state, which has been described by researchers, Amnesty, the University of Texas, other international human rights organizations, as having come under the complete control of the Zetas. Complete control as in running the police answering to the Zetas controlling detention centers where their people enter and leave as they please, not according to sentences, including the prison at Piedras Negras and other locales from which the Zetas have murdered scores, hundreds of people, and then cooked them, that is, dissolved their bodies in different ways to eliminate any traces of those crimes. The United States managed to seize 3 former Zeta agents who testified in courts in Texas. When they did, the Zetas took revenge, not on these 3 individuals who were within United States custody, but on anyone and everyone that might be loosely related to them, family members, friends, in massacres that occurred in Allende and Piedras Negras. Massacres that I will not describe because when they are described, they cause terrible, terrible revulsion. But just to say, killing with not just firearms, but also saws and axes and dismembering people in front of their parents, horrible, horrible, gruesome, terrible crimes that were, to some extent, foreseeable based on the 3 individuals giving testimony in the United States. That said, I am not aware of vigorous efforts by the United States authorities to respond or limit the violence that occurred in Allende and Piedras Negras as a consequence of this testimony. The other example that I'd like to raise, and again, to give us somewhat more granular understanding of what we're talking about, is the Ayotzinapa case. Students from a local teachers' college in Guerrero State in Mexico commandeered a number of buses to go to commemorations. They did this on the night of 26 and 27 September 2014, to go to demonstrations in Mexico City to mark the anniversary of a massacre on October 2nd. The buses, though, were not allowed to leave the city of Iguala. The 43 students, the forces that responded to this incident, and it's a fairly well-known incident, military forces from the police of 3 municipalities, state police from the state of Guerrero, federal police, and the military collectively stopped the buses from leaving Iguala. Why? Well, there are 2 elements that will help us to understand that. First, there was one bus, the 5th bus, that was excluded by the Mexican authorities investigating this case from the narrative of the facts of that evening. Even though there were 15 students on that bus who gave statements about being on a bus that night and about being stopped and forced to exit the bus. Well, it turns out that the most likely explanation is that the bus, this 5th bus, was transporting heroin from Iguala to Chicago. In one direction, it had false compartments in it, and then in the other direction, it was returning with cash from Chicago to Iguala. And so when this bus left, the local cartel and drug traffickers knew it had to be stopped, because it was a bus loaded with probably millions of dollars of narcotics. They were able, and this is the frightening part, they were able to call their associates in the police forces in Iguala, in Cocula, in Huitzuco, in Guerrero, the ministerial police, the federal police, and the army, and tell them no buses leave Iguala tonight. And those forces responded, and the buses did not leave Iguala. And the police killed 6 people that night, seized 43 students who have never been heard from again. Further, apparently, these drug traffickers were able to tell people at the highest level in the federal investigatory body, the PGR, to develop a narrative that was utterly false, physically impossible, and use that narrative as a means of diverting attention from what actually happened and from the involvement of state authorities. In both cases, you have clear evidence of the capture of different levels of the state by cartels. 1, in both cases, you have a relationship with the United States. In the arrest of and the testimony of 3 formacetas, you have the basis for massacres of as many as 300 people with gruesome, gruesome details. Again, connection with the US. In the case of Ayotzinapa, the drug trade and the demand in the United States for heroin is the basis of the commerce that leads to the extreme violence to protect the 5th bus. And the last element in common, which is part and parcel of our discussion today, is that both crimes are facilitated by the heavy weaponry that the thugs and the cartels and the state agents, in the case of Ayotzinapa, are able to use, many of these weapons coming from the United States. Before we get into the issues of weapons, which I will address briefly and others will address in much more detail in our discussions, I wanted to say a few words about the role of the United States in the underlying crises which are at the heart of what's happening in Mexico, but also at the heart of what's happening further south in the Northern Triangle, and which feeds and fuels the human trafficking commerce that is an essential part of what organized crime in Mexico does. So I already noted how the Ayotzinapa disappearances are directly tied to heroin demand in the United States. That relationship exists across the country. The United States decides to fight a war against drugs, making narcotics illegal, increasing criminal sentences, and thus enhancing their illicit value throughout the hemisphere, with predictable levels of violence that accompany the drug trade in Mexico and Latin America. It appears, though, that our national collective response to the suffering caused in Latin America has been their problem. With human trafficking, the US closes its border to refugees and migrants, again, raising the value of human smuggling and creating incentives for migration to be controlled by cartels and organized crime. And again, the apparent response from the United States collectively is their problem. But here, with human smuggling and with migration, there's another detail. The majority of those trafficked through Mexico come from the Northern Triangle: Honduras, El Salvador, Guatemala. Those countries face extremely high murder rates and destabilization by heavily armed gangs. The level of violence in the Northern Triangle, though, can be traced to the instability caused in significant part by years and years of US financial and structural support to ruthless military dictatorships, death squad butchers who instilled terror and institutionalized violence in the region, and the sale of weapons that remain in those countries. The connection, though, between US policy and human trafficking is even more direct. The Immigration Reform and Control Act of 1986 requires deportation, return of permanent nationals and other non-US citizens convicted of certain crimes in US courts. This led to the wholesale removal from the United States and the return to Northern Triangle countries of gang members who learned crime, learned gang warfare in the United States, many of whom, on return to the Northern Triangle, had no personal ties to those countries, had no longer had family. Some of them came over at age 2 or 3 to the United States, but they're not US citizens. They're green card holders. They're returned to Central America, where the only networks they have are fellow gang members. The result was the creation, the de facto export of US gangs to Central America. Today, the 2 largest gangs in the Northern Triangle, in El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras, the ones from which Central Americans flee en masse and remain at our borders, are named for the streets on which they were created. The MS-13 and the Barrio 18 are named for La Calle 13 y La Calle 18. They're named for 13th Street and 18th Street in Los Angeles, and they are the 2 strongest gangs in Central America. It would be difficult to invent a closer connection between the United States and the crisis that we see in Central America that then manifests itself in human smuggling through Mexico, which strengthens the cartels and provides a very lucrative business. Here in Tucson, if my calculations are correct, we're about 1 hour from the current Mexican border, maybe 70 miles away, right? I couldn't help noticing, as we're sitting in this phenomenal modern space, and kudos to the University of Arizona, it's really a wonderful space, seemingly distant from the border and from the realities in Mexico, seemingly not responsible or engaged in the death and destruction caused by weapons in Mexico. I couldn't help but notice that in the past 2 days, you had an event with 8,000 people, the Tucson Expo Gun Show, this past Saturday and Sunday. So, friends, we're not talking about some distant hypothetical fact. We're talking about gun sales, and we'll get into the details of how those guns end up in the hands of different cartels in Mexico. This is not something happening over there to our neighbors in Mexico. This is something in which we have direct responsibility. We sneeze and Mexico catches a cold. Mexico is on fire and we douse them with gasoline. We'll be talking about what can be done, legal avenues in this country, in other countries, and the focus on the United States. That said, as the Dean has said quite clearly, there's no problem or solution or issue on either side of this border that doesn't involve the parties on either side of the border. Mexico as well, and the state of Mexico and entities in Mexico have their share of responsibility. I welcome the litigation brought by the government of Mexico to hold arms manufacturers responsible for the consequences of their production and unregulated sale of weapons that we know flow by the thousands into Mexico from the United States. I welcome a suit flagged here, brought in Germany to hold a German gun manufacturer responsible for weapons used in Ayotzinapa. I think Ioan mentioned that this morning. And as former president of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, I welcome the legal efforts by Mexico before the Inter-American Court of Human Rights to clarify the obligations of states regarding weapon sales by private weapons manufacturers. I welcome the engagement of the Mexican state with the Inter-American system. But I cannot help but observe that when the international experts appointed by the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights worked on forced disappearances in Ayotzinapa, in Iguala, as their investigations demonstrated the complicity of Mexican state agents, interest on the part of Mexican authorities in the investigation waned and eventually turned into outright hostility. Weapons are a vital part of the tragedy of violence in Mexico, but the narrative of grave human rights violations also involves state actors in Mexico. It involves collusion, it involves active engagement, and it involves omission when there's an obligation to investigate and to take on very, very difficult and dangerous challenges. If there are going to be meaningful measures to respond to this crisis, it will involve several elements. First, greater humility and self-control or control of weapons in and by the United States. It will involve greater appreciation of the consequences beyond our border, our US border with Mexico, and for our irresponsible actions. But it will also require vast efforts by the Mexican government to regain control of all elements of the state. And I believe this will involve collaboration with the international community. Let me be clear though, when I say collaboration with the international community, I do not mean collaboration as in the militarized Plan Mérida between US military and security forces and their counterparts in Mexico. I mean international cooperation to investigate grave human rights abuses and reestablish the rule of law, as was the case with the CIDE, the expert group on Ayotzinapa of the Inter-American Commission, as was the case with the very successful but discontinued CICIG in Guatemala. There are many other models that have had varying degrees of success. The Operation Manipulite in Italy to tackle the stranglehold that mafiosi held on the economy and politics in Italy is another. Those are points for us to discuss, I hope, over the course of the day. For now, in the fight to stop the slaughter in our two countries, and in particular in Mexico, I hope and pray that we can be better neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jim. That was a very complex assignment that you were given to kind of open the discussion for us today, and I think you did an amazing job. Obviously, it's almost fractal in the way all of these things just keep unraveling themselves and all the interconnectedness, and you did a great job bringing it all together and kind of setting the stage for the future discussions. Thank you very much. So our first panel today, following up the keynote from Jim Cavallaro, is on guns, violence, and culture in Mexico. And joining Jim on this panel are two very well-known researchers, and it should continue to be an eye-opening discussion. We are especially fortunate today to have Ioan Grillo with us. Ioan is a journalist and writer based in Mexico City, working for outlets including the New York Times, France 24, and National Geographic. He has been covering Latin America since 2001 for news media such as Time Magazine, Esquire, CNN, Reuters, Al Jazeera, and the Houston Chronicle, the AP, the Global Post, the Sunday Telegraph, Letras Libres, and many, many others. He's the author of the books Blood, Gun, Money, How America Arms Gangs and Cartels, Gangster Warlords, Drug Dollars, Killing Fields, and the New Politics of Latin America, and El Narco, Inside Mexico's Criminal Insurgency from 2011. Ioan, please come forward. Yeah. Joining Ioan and Jim on this panel is Professor Carlos Pérez Ricart. Carlos is Assistant Professor in International Relations at the Center for Research and Teaching in Economics, better known for its abbreviation in Spanish, CIDE. Prior to joining CIDE between 2017 and 2020, he was a postdoctoral fellow at the University of Oxford, where he worked at both the history faculty and the Latin American Center in St. Anthony's College. He holds a PhD in political science from the Freie Universität Berlin, and he has a degree in international relations from El Colegio de México. His general research and teaching interests include the relationship between Mexico and the United States, security and organized crime, arms trafficking, drug policies, and the history of the Mexican police. Moderating this stellar panel is our own stellar Consul of Mexico here in Tucson, Rafael Barceló Durazo. Consul Barceló was appointed Consul of Mexico here in Tucson on August 1st, 2020, right during the middle of the pandemic. And previously, he served as Deputy Director General for International Policy on Human Rights at the Mexican Ministry of Foreign Affairs, where he was responsible for international migration and refugees in multilateral fora, and for the representation of cases at the universal and inter-American human rights systems, as well as other civil and political rights. So we have quite a panel assembled here for you and a great moderator. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Consul Barceló. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Buenas tardes. Good afternoon, everyone. We're very happy to have in Tucson this opportunity to have very much needed conversations on very much different topics. We will have 3 panels going on this afternoon, and we're starting, I think, perhaps from a more sociological point of view with guns, violence, and culture in Mexico and how that is intertwined with the US. First, thank you so much, Carlos, Ioan, and Jim, for this opportunity. I will make questions so you start speaking, but you can evade them as much as you want and talk about what you thought about bringing us today for these conversations. Carlos, in an article you wrote in 2019 with John Lindsay Poland, you identified that because of the levels of violence and human rights situations in Mexico, Germany had restricted some exports of weapons, while US companies have not enforced this same level of restrictions. I will ask you, how could the government and the public opinion incorporate accountability for non-state actors as well as, of course, state actors regarding the violation of human rights. That, of course, the subject of human rights in international law is the state. But how can public opinion and governments incorporate that accountability, particularly when there has been an expansion of violence domestically and also abroad? How do you envision this happening in a country like the US, where the topic is so much polarized and very much political? And also, you have specialized in Mexico police. What needs to change within the security forces and law enforcement agencies, not only in Mexico, but also in the US and other countries in Latin America or in the Americas, in order to improve the efficacy on reducing armed violence in our communities? Is it only through policies on weapon sales, or there are other policies that agencies, police agencies, might need to incorporate? So with that, we can start.
Such a good question. Thanks so much for the invitation. Buenas tardes. It's great to be here. Let me offer some context for the first thing you mentioned on the German exports and the relationship with Mexico. In 2013, 2014, the German government restricted the exportation, the legal exportation of weapons to Mexico. The argument was quite straightforward. It was not responsible for them to allow and to sell weapons to Mexico in a context of human rights violations. 2013, 2014, you mentioned that it was clear that the police in Iguala that participated in the kidnapping of the 43 students used German weapons to kidnap these students. So the police in Iguala, which was obviously colluded with organized crime organizations, was using weapons that were legally exported to Mexico and then was actually used by organized crime groups. It was like a sort of proxy, right? Police forces working with organized groups and kidnapping these students. It's impossible to think about organized crime in Mexico without taking the part of the state, right? State in some situations, in some contexts, that are also part of organized crime groups, right? So the German government decided in 2013, 2014 to stop and to restrict this. And what the German companies actually did is to come to the US, to establish in the US. Was the case of Sig Sauer and was the case of Heckler & Koch. They created the joint ventures, they established in New Hampshire, and they started producing their weapons here in order to start selling from the US and not from Europe and not from Germany. But it was an important movement, since in Germany it was clear that they could not be collaborating in all of this situation, right? So the public opinion played a very important role. Now, regarding your first question regarding the specific problem of how to convince the public opinion of the relevance of this particular issue. I'm currently working on this book, a forthcoming book, which I plan to publish this year, on the expansion of violence that took place in Mexico in 2007, 2008. As you might know, Mexico was like 50 years, like a decrease of violence, constant decrease of violence till the year 2006, 2007. 50 years of declining violence, right? And in 2007, we can see again how violence started to increase. And I'm trying really to find out the causal mechanisms that allowed for that expansion of violence. And all my research has shown that it's not possible, and this is the key point, and I think this is the main message I want to tell you about today. It's not possible to understand the expansion of violence in 2006, 2007 in Mexico without understanding the dynamics of firearms in the US. As you might know, in 2004, this ban it wasn't allowed to produce assault weapons in the US expired, and in many other states, the complete market was deregulated. The consequence of that is that more and more weapons were exported to Mexico. And the consequence of that, and this is what I have now in my mind the entire time, is that that allowed organized crime groups to have a stock, an infrastructure that allowed them to diversify their criminal market. Those groups, those drug trafficking groups that normally tend just to trafficking drugs, started to do other criminal activities, kidnapping people, cobrando piso, doing stuff that they were not used to do so. Why they started to do so? Because they had the stock, they had the infrastructure, it was possible to do so. So it's like the causal mechanism is as follow. More weapons were coming to Mexico 2007. Those groups that were just in charge of trafficking drugs started to diversify their criminal portfolios, and from there we can see how violence exploded. This is quite a obviously straightforward argument, but this is an argument that is not present in the Mexican public discussion. When we ask intellectuals, when we ask people that comment on policy, and you ask, where are the roots of current violence in Mexico, they will always tell you, the strategy of Felipe Calderón, it has to do with the militarization of the country, and they might be right on that, because obviously this is a multifactorial process. But my argument here, the solid argument here is that it's not possible to understand this without understanding how these groups started to diversify their criminal portfolio by receiving more weapons from the United States. So when people start talking about, hey, let's not militarize the security apparatus in Mexico, which I completely agree. I don't think that is a good solution to militarize our security apparatus. I always say first, okay, let's demilitarize the power of the criminal groups, right? If they have such firepower, because they receive all these weapons coming from the United States, it's not possible to ask then the government to demilitarize themselves. Obviously, we should go that way, but first of all, and this is where the discussion on public policy and arms trafficking intertwine, is by stopping the weapons coming south to Mexico. So this is, at least for me now, the main discussion to understand the roots of violence in Mexico, and by explaining the roots of violence in Mexico, then also to try to find out the explanation and how to come out of this problem. No?
Can I ask you a follow-up question? I already am doing it, but you nodded that I could. So I have a microphone in my hand. I'm abusing that privilege. But I'm curious, this is the study that you're doing now.
Yeah.
What is the source for that conclusion? Is this interviews with people in organized crime or other data about arrests for trafficking and things other than drugs? I'm curious what the data is. That
obviously, I'm interviewing people, mostly in Tamaulipas, where I think everything started. Most of the times when we think about current violence dynamics in Mexico, we start in 2007 or December 2006. This is where Felipe Calderón entered into power. But I have been trying to go back to the story 2004, 2005, to local newspapers in Tamaulipas, in Coahuila, in Chihuahua. And what I found out is that actually these groups were getting all these arms from the US. And you can see how the crisis was starting there. It was not a national crisis, it was very much a local crisis. Indeed, the first moment in which a military approach started in Mexico was 2005 with President Fox and with Operativo México in Tamaulipas. It was not in Felipe Calderón administration, but in 2005, because they were seeing that problem. It was not obvious at the national level, but it was very clear at the local level. And somehow the public opinion wasn't able to see that was happening at that moment. So I'm trying to go back to start to rewrite the story of current violence dynamics. And it's pretty obvious now, after 2 years of interviewing people, going back to the newspapers and trying to understand the main problem, that the roots of the problem are in the firearm market in the US, and the process of their regulation that took place in the US from 2001 to 2004 at the local level in Arizona, New Mexico, obviously like in many states here, and at the federal level. And to find out the causal mechanisms has been like the main part of this new academic work. With Eugenio Weigen, which is the one that a great scholar that I have been working with him, we have been trying also to establish the causal mechanisms, not only with homicides, which homicides is always like the proxy in which we measure violence, right? If we want to measure violence in Mexico, we go and see. But no, we have been able to find out that same causal explanation with extortions, with injuries, with non-lethal injuries, extortions, and other crimes, not just with homicide, but also other crimes. So weapons are fueling violence in Mexico, not just homicide, but in general crime.
Thank you so much, Carlos. It was a very valuable approach on how we cannot think about the solutions if we don't know the real roots. Exactly. So it's you can, of course, see ahead, but you have to see also behind, and particularly in these so pervasive situations that we're having. So, Ioan, you have been covering Mexico and Latin America for more than 20 years already. Are we different countries now, 2 decades later, because of the prevalence of the armed violence in many communities? And what I mean is, has the social fabric in our countries changed, or material constitution, so to speak, has changed because of armed violence? And that's from the point of where the violence is happening. But what about the countries of destination of most drugs produced in Latin America or trafficked through Latin America, which are the origin of money, which are the origin of guns? In the last 2 decades, have you seen more sense of shared responsibility in the destination areas for that trafficking? So that's 2 many broad questions that I will love you to respond and to add to the wonderful conversation that you presented to us this morning regarding all your research and your experiences throughout these more than 20 years already.
Yeah, thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, I would say yes, I think it is a different country compared to the Mexico I found in 2000. I arrived in 2000 and started reporting in 2001. Talking about Tamaulipas, and Carlos mentioned this, the beginning of the war. And I had you could say the good luck or the bad luck of covering this in 2004-05 for the Houston Chronicle, not knowing that I was covering a historical moment. But that was the sea change and a change to paramilitary organized crime. Saying that, I've been interviewing now some of the players in that war 18 years later, who are incarcerated or coming out of prison, and talking about some of what happened on their side. And in fact, I found one of the sparks. I mean, I was there covering, and when the Zetas really appeared and they started having these massacres, and it was, say, this sea change between gunfights and the old school assassins to paramilitary organized crime, people with, bulletproof jackets and AK-47s and metal helmets and doing this kind of crazy stuff. But I found, in fact, one sparking point for the beginning of all this was a fight over a table in a nightclub in Nuevo Laredo in like 2002, like this, or with the very beginning of when these 2 cartels got pulled into this war, began with this kind of fight, and these organizations came in. But anyway, when I talk about the different country, thinking those times back then, and I was, young and dumb and naive, thinking back then when I was covering this stuff and we were running around to these murder scenes in Nuevo Laredo, and it was kind of, so back then there was no security protocols. We used to just Houston Chronicle, they'd say, get up there and give us some stories. We want stories now. And fly to Monterrey, rent a car and go up there. And apart from my own innocence, it's kind of sad to think that some of the guys now, you see these big gunfights happening on those, Nuevo Laredo, and those border cities, and there's assassins who were not even born then. A whole generation, they were not even born then, and now they're the assassins. Some of these guys, and it's crazy how young they can be, some of these guys who are like heads of plaza, can be like 25, 30 years old, who were just kids then, who have now grown up with multi-generational bloodshed. One of the effects and the devastating effects of this conflict in Mexico is, you think about, if you think about in Mexico, over 10 years, it starts to hit like 300,000 murders in a decade. But of that, and plus, think about the children of, if your dads, I mean, you see these guys on the news, El Kilo, Jefe, Jefe de Zetas El Kilo. These guys have kids. They have kids growing up with this. They know their dad was like Zeta Commander or a victim. So you have new generations coming up. You're talking to people who've grown up, in places, in Tamaulipas, Michoacán, Durango, Sinaloa, people who've grown up with this. Look at these, I've been a lot of times in Culiacán, you look at these young kids on motorcycles who are running these points called punteros. And they're a bit more than just the regular lookouts, they're kind of lookouts and armed. But yeah, it's a different country. On the flip side as well, you mentioned the United States and the effect of drugs. I began covering this 2001. Back in those days, there was like 15,000 overdose deaths in the United States in a year. Going back to the 80s, it was like 5,000. Talking about last year, 107,000. This can't be overstated, like 107,000 overdose deaths. This is, we've directed national governments over a public health issue with COVID for years. It's been the central thing. For me personally, I would say fentanyl has been more harmful than COVID. Because, people, I was at a presentation in Houston late last week, and a woman came up to me with a 20-year-old son had died from a fentanyl overdose. That is, and this is, 107,000 is a lot of cases, with everyone now knowing people driving overdoses. So again, it's a different country as well. It's responsibility and it's harm. It's joint harm, but it's kind of sad. We're in a low point, and the only way is up, you'd hope.
Sí, Carlos, adelante.
I'm really happy with this new effort to reconstruct the roots of criminal violence, because I really believe that by exploring the roots of criminal violence now we can find out the solutions, right? And just coming back to Tamaulipas, it's really interesting that the Zetas, which were many of them also part of the military, they were retired from the military, they came back to organized crime. The Zetas is the first organized crime group in the history of Mexico that was not established or constructed with family ties. Besides the Zetas, all other groups had some sort of family ties. Trust in family was like the key, the core part, and what they maintained them together. The Zetas was the first group that didn't have that family structure there. In some way, I don't know if I can explain myself here, weapons replaced what family ties and what trust meant in these groups. Okay, weapons was the possibility to maintain them together as a criminal group, and the family ties didn't play a role anymore. So in some way, arms really was a game changer also in how organized crime groups were organized in current history of Mexico. No, just the weapon was what they maintained them together instead of trust as the element that brought them together. No, and it's not a coincidence that it started in Tamaulipas, that it started by these groups that were actually part of the military before. Then they were out of the military and they started their activities. So it comes together, and it's now, I think, not the work of historians, but also of political science, really to understand these beginnings of this war and to find out solutions for that.
Thank you, Carlos, for pointing that out. And thank you, Ioan, also, because as you see, the name of the panel is Guns, Violence, and Culture. And sometimes we tend to think everything as a public policy problem and perhaps overlook what are the cultural sources and the cultural mechanisms that you should employ in complement of public policy. Thank you for that. And Jim, now is your turn. And I will ask you, in your experience, how is international law of human rights influencing liability, of the idea of liability of non-state actors when severe violations of rights occur? And in particularly in the US, which is your home country too, and where you have done your clinics also, and partially the activism of human rights, has the US incorporated enough international human rights law as to influence American courts rulings, and how much so? For instance, tort law or other judicial rulings in the US sourcing liability from international human rights law, or it's just US jurisprudence? Are American judges talking about violations of human rights abroad in the factual or in the legal grounds for the rulings? What would you say regarding that?
I wish I could be more sanguine. I cannot. May 1st, happy May 1st, laborers, workers of the world. I wish I could be more sanguine. I think we're at a period where disdain or contempt for international human rights standards on the part of the US judiciary is reaching a high point. I think if you look back 10, 15 years ago, you'll see some sentences from the Supreme Court with references to international human rights standards on the juvenile death penalty. And there's a lot of literature in academia, and I'm looking at my colleague, Professor Donahue, who no doubt has reflections on this as well. And if you do, please, we'll pass you the mic. I think there's a sense of a decade or more ago that there is a dialogue between and among constitutional courts, that there is a corpus of constitutional and rights-based law that cuts across jurisdictions, that there is an exchange between and among jurists. And in that mix, international human rights law plays a key role, because it's a law that's created at a supranational level, but that obviously interpolates with domestic law in many countries. And there's no doubt that that conversation continues in Europe. It continues within Latin America. It continues to some extent in Africa. I think the United States has made a fairly abrupt move away from that dialogue. And so quite unfortunate. The current Supreme Court, I think, is manifestly uninterested in what the world believes about US law and international law and the possible impact that could have in the United States. Now, I'm old enough to have seen exactly the pendular, the ebbs and flows, the changes in this, so that it is possible that in 2, 3, 5, 7, 10 years, we have a different Supreme Court with different values, right? That could happen. I think right now, I'm hopeful because I have to be hopeful. I have been working in human rights for 35 years. If I were not hopeful, I'd get another line of work, okay? So I'm an optimist. I believe in the human condition. As ugly as human beings can be, I think we can be beautiful and caring and kind and decent. So I'm hopeful that things will change. But right now, I don't see much possibility. And in these lawsuits, and we can talk about this, and you have legal experts in another panel, but hey, I got a law degree and they let me teach at law school, so I can say something about law. I hope you win at the Second Circuit, at the First Circuit rather, in Boston. I hope you win at the trial court or on appeal here. If this goes to the Supreme Court, I am not hopeful. I don't know, are you hopeful, John? It's a bleak moment. You share my, so I hope that there's a decision at the circuit court level. In general, the United States, as much as discursively, it promotes the idea that the United States advances human rights. And as much as occasionally some policies of the United States, sometimes in some places, advance human rights. That's the most I can say about US foreign policy, friends. That's the nicest thing I can say. Sometimes in some places, some policies of the United States support human rights. Lots of policies of the United States don't. But in terms of recognizing the obligatory nature of supranational law in the field of human rights, we have a political culture and a legal culture which is, I would say, vehemently opposed to subordinating the institutions of our state to those bodies at the international level. I wish it were otherwise. I hope it changes. I was hopeful 10, 15 years ago that there was a move in that direction. But if this is graphing it for you, this is where we were, 2007, 8, and now we're at a point in some ways worse than 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 years ago.
Thank you so much for that, Jim, and let's hope for the pendulum to go to where we want it to go. So we have a few minutes left, but I would like to ask your reflections on social accountability. I mean, we've asked, particularly the International Law of Human Rights has asked the states to respond, to be the warrantor of rights. And now we are going to be talking about corporate accountability. Who else in the society needs to be brought to accountability? Who else in the society needs to be doing some things regarding these topics in the work that you've done? Who else needs to chip in all these efforts? We know the states, we know the businesses. Who else in the society?
Yeah, just 1 minute. Not sure if this will respond exactly the question, but I like very much James' keynote speech, because you were able to introduce the issue of drugs into this discussion. And it's not possible to disentangle arms trafficking with drugs trafficking. So I think that how do you say in Spanish, the elefante blanco in the habitación is drug policy reform. Okay, even though you respond or you find some solutions to the problem of arms trafficking, if you don't advance into drug policy reform, a binational one, not just in some states in the United States that may advance some sort of reform or at the national level. But I think the key issue for the next 10 years in the relationship is to have a common drug policy reform for North America, which brings together Canada, the US, and Mexico. This would bring discussion on security, on health, all these actors involved in trying to have one single drug policy in that. And there are many actors and social responsibility, like we can talk about, but it's not possible to disentangle both discussions, because they are part of the same. Drugs coming south to the north, and arms coming from the United States. Obviously, fentanyl is a game changer in all of this situation. Obviously, it brings a new complexity with the issue. It's not cocaine, it's not methamphetamine, it's not heroin. It's a much complex situation. But if we don't find one common drug policy in North America, we would not be able to advance forward a much better discussion on this.
So I think it's interesting, that question on responsibility, and had that word a few times today. This was brought up for the Merida Initiative initially, like, Calderon and the Calderon administration went to saying, United States should take responsibility for the drugs going to the United States, and ended up with the Merida Initiative. I remember seeing people, I grew up in a community with a lot of people taking drugs, or in a town with people taking drugs, around a lot of people using drugs back in the 80s, 90s. And I've heard before, like, when I've given presentations about this stuff about violence in Mexico and Latin America, and gone to the UK or gone to the United States, and people saying, oh, but there should be some kind of publicity campaign, and people might not take cocaine if they knew, like, you're taking a line of cocaine in a bathroom in London and you know where that violence comes from. I don't think you're going to get that far trying to persuade individuals. There's consumers there taking drugs, and they're going to suddenly not. It's hard. That's one of the problems with these interconnected worlds. It's hard to say to someone to try and persuade, people out there. The same as if you're like going to a supermarket. You already know if your shoes are made in China or whatever, or there's some kind of thing. Very, very far removed. To try and say, like, I mean, the United States, which the United States spends $150 billion on illegal drugs, according to the Rand Corporation, almost half of the global $320 billion on illegal drugs, and that drug trade. But you're going to try and go to put a lawsuit against all those people who bought drugs, all the people who bought, crystal meth and cocaine, put a lawsuit against them. I think we want results. We want to change things. And how do you persuade both the United States and both Mexico on this issue? How can they move forward? But how can you have the public discussion? So I think appeal to self-interest as well of the United States. Appeal not just to the United States saying, you're responsible because there's a massacres on the southern border, but like, it's not in the US interest to have violent cartels running this country. It's not in the US interest if a group of 4 Americans cross into Matamoros for a tummy tuck operation and they're kidnapped and 2 of them are murdered by the Gulf Cartel. It's not in the US interest if a guy goes jet skiing on Falcon Lake in Texas and skis into Mexico and is shot dead by some setters on a jet ski. It's not in the US interest if you have now there's 1.6 million people applying for asylum, but people arriving and fleeing because they're fleeing armed groups. It is in one sense one sphere, so you can appeal to that, but also appealing to Mexico over the drugs and fentanyl as well. How can you appeal and have a joint thing those ways? So I think that's kind of the way forward. Although I do believe, just the last point on the again, I think it was a great strategy, the lawsuit against gun companies. I think it was a great strategy because it is good to push US gun companies to look at this. And if you see big changes in tobacco or big pharma, it's often been lawsuits that have achieved change. To them, to at least to say, okay, if we look at our gun sales and we're selling 1,000 AR-15s in a border county with Mexico, and our sales normally in that area would be like, 100, then we should question this and kind of raise flags. But also, I think what was very good was this helped put this issue on the front page. It helped put it on top of the agenda. So now it's hard to have a discussion now about Mexico-US security without bringing the gun thing into the equation.
Please, Jim, of course.
We should be done now, right?
No,
2:15, 2:30.
2:30, so we're fine.
2:30.
Yes.
Have questions. So just let me answer this question quickly. And this is a 30,000-foot commentary, but I think it's essential. What has to change in this country is the responsiveness of our political system to public opinion. And this is again, very big issue, not going to resolve it here. But it's not just on gun control, where you have significant majorities who favor some rational form of background checks or limits on assault rifles. There's broad support for that, just as there is for Medicare for all, just as there is for a decent minimum wage, just as there is for stopping endless wars. But what comes out of our Congress? Nothing on, no, you can't get a vote on Medicare for all. You can't get a vote on a living wage, a decent wage. The military budget increased by another $80 billion, which is just what it increased by, is more than what the budget is in pretty much any other country on the planet. And on this issue, There's no appetite on Capitol Hill to address this in a meaningful way because of, quite simply, the role of money in politics in the United States and the significant disconnect between public preferences across both major parties on a number of issues and what happens in Congress. After Parkland, mass protests. Ioan, you write about this. You interviewed these kids. And the sense that this is going to change, and nothing from Congress. And on that sort of issue, we can repeat it. The same sort of thing with Black Lives Matter, massive demonstrations, and what happened? The police get another $100 billion in federal aid. It's almost comical if it weren't tragic. That, I think, is the big question that we need to ask ourselves in this country. How much does our political body respond to the interests of folks? And I didn't mention the whopper, which is reproductive rights. Poll that, friends. I'm in a university. I probably get 90% here if I say, should women have the choice about their bodies or 9 folks in black robes? That's not a hard choice. And we come out, our system comes out in a direction or an outcome very different from what most people want. That, I think, is unfortunately the challenge here. And again, all of these efforts are important. Changing the narrative is important. Working with the law is important, but I think even or as or more important is changing the way people understand these issues and figuring out a way to make those preferences heard, felt, and responded to in Washington and in state capitals as well. But I think that's the elephant in the room.
Thank you so much. Does anybody in the audience want to make a question? Because I don't be shy, because I have more questions. So if you don't raise your hand fast, yes, Fernando.
All right, here we go. Howdy, I wanted to ask James Cavallaro if he has a specific reasoning for the reluctance of the Supreme Court to recognize international law. In my eyes, and I'm no law professor, law scholar or anything, but I see it as a reluctance to abide by international law because of the war crimes we've committed in Iraq, Afghanistan, Vietnam. It has to do with the potential persecution of U.S. political leaders in war crimes trials and so on. And I'm wondering if you have any opinion on that potentiality. Your name and your role? Fernando Valdez. I'm a student here at the University of Arizona.
Yes, please. Go ahead.
That's certainly part of it, but an even more succinct response is, let me take a step back. Why do most states, the vast majority of states, most of the time follow international law? Because les conviene. And I don't want to say it's convenient for them, because that's not really the translation. Because it is beneficial to them. It is beneficial to be part of a community where we follow these norms, and then we expect that you will follow those norms. And that provides some semblance of order in the international realm. The United States does follow international law. Talk to Don Sergio Puig, Professor Puig, does follow international law in the area of commerce and the World Trade Organization. He's okay, más o menos. Okay, to some extent, but certainly more than it follows the norms of international human rights bodies. And so rolling back the tape, most states follow international law most of the time because their interests are aligned with having a collective agreement on norms and procedures that they find beneficial. Okay? Most states don't want to be invaded, so they think Article 2.4 of the United Nations Charter is a good rule. That's the one that says you can't invade other countries. Okay? The United States is the lone hegemon. The United States, the military, Pentagon, is the lone superpower. And so just at a real politic level, discursively, the United States pays lip service to human rights and does something sometimes to advance human rights, but it's not in the interest of the United States to subordinate or subject itself to the decisions of other bodies. We are the most powerful nation in the world. We can impose our will largely around the world, economically, politically, otherwise. Why would we want to reduce our autonomy? What's the benefit for us? There's clearly a benefit for the Netherlands or for Mexico or for Germany. There's really not, unfortunately, in the ugliest self-interested calculus, there's not much benefit for the United States. I wish I had a better answer. I wish there were a profound moral and ethical convincing argument, but there isn't. There isn't. And it's in the Constitution. The law of nations is in the supremacy clause, fans. It's there. The United States has the Supreme Court has read it out of the Constitution, even though it was in the Constitution, because the United States, a small fledgling nation in 1789, when the Constitution is drafted, had an interest in participating in the global community and recognizing and accepting the standards that applied in the international realm. I don't think it has that interest, and you can see its loss of application corresponds to the growth of the US empire. David Sloss has an excellent book on this, a professor at Santa Clara, and he goes through how this is part of the law and how it effectively gets read out of the Constitution by the Supreme Court, because it's not really in the interest of the United States to subject itself to supranational litigation, adjudication in the field of human rights.
Ioan, you wanted to?
Well, I was going to say, yeah, I mean, more simply, I think, like when you had the International Criminal Court, I think Fernando, you're exactly right. The reason the United States didn't want to sign, be subject to the International Criminal Court is it didn't want soldiers in Iraq and Afghanistan to be tried before it for war crimes. I would say now this idea of international justice, international criminal court is sadly, in some ways, been a failure. The idea that, you look, what they tried, various, mostly African states over this. There was an attempt at one point to try and say that, there should be investigation into Mexico over this as well. I mean, it's very hard. There's so many, you're really gonna get this kind of international justice booming down this. It hasn't really provided a solution. But we've got to look for better ways. So, I know this, a lot of work you're doing, Jim, is this big international stuff, and it's very, very good. But with this issue right now with Mexico and the United States, there's things you don't even need to go that way. There's things on the ground between the bilateral relationship between these countries and things right now that can be done to try and resolve this issue.
Thank you so much. And Sergio, do you want to comment on something?
Thank you so much. This it really has been an excellent panel, and thank you, Jim, for framing the issues. And it seems like there is a rather gloomy view of international law, and especially after those comments. So, I may ask, especially those who have a lot of knowledge of the ground, of the three of you, or whoever wants to respond, but maybe Carlos can say something. Is what other strategies do you think we can do? Because I'm really concerned, right? I mean, as I was coming here, I was just looking at my son, who is 8 years old, and who is terrorized by guns, and he has had like a couple of bad experiences already. So what can we do as a civil society to be more involved and trying to transform this? And I ask you because you were telling us a very moving story about your grandfather being kidnapped, and then now you being in charge of this commission of and dealing with the kidnapper as well, right? So is there a moment for also starting to think of a reconciliation commission or something that can go deeper into the tissue of the Mexican or the North American societies? Thank you.
Also a very complex question. Let me go back just to 2 years ago when Alejandro and your team and his team started with the demand. I wasn't the biggest fan of the demand. And with the months and the years, you have convinced me and convinced the public opinion about the relevance of the demand, not just the legal part of it, but also the political part of it. And I really believe that one of the main assets of the demand was to bring together, like this, considering these new narratives and trying to bring a new narrative of this, bringing together those who were fighting here in the US for regulating arms and regulating the drug market, with those in Mexico that were fighting for years for human rights. So those communities that were talking in separate ways, that were not talking together, they are now talking together. I had the honor to work in the two amicus that we brought together here in the US. And we have several meetings. Maria Herrera, who happened to lose four of her children, talking with the social movements here in the US that were more concerned about shootings at schools and sort of stuff. Now, this civil society is really thinking in a bilateral way, at the same level. Like this is a transnational movement, and I do want to recognize you, Alejandro, because you brought together these two communities that were not talking together, that didn't know that they were fighting exactly for the same aim. Because a weapon produced here in the United States is more likely to murder a Mexican citizen than a US citizen. So it's part of the same problem. So I think we should follow it. We should still collaborate together. And I do recognize here not just the legal attributes of the demand, but also the political one that has been really key in now framing and reframing the discussion on this issue.
Thank you, Carlos. Time is a cruel executioner, and we are running out of it. But I just want to end, or do you want to mention something, Ian? Please go ahead, because mine were final remarks, so please go ahead.
I would say, Sergio, on the question of civil society, it was kind of a bit of a broad thing. I think within Mexican civil society, I think it's an extremely important part of a solution here. I would say one of the issues, and also it's kind of been, if you look at these years, it was also a failure of Mexican civil society to confront this in a way. Perhaps I think you have to see. I think the Mexican civil society, which is kind of broad, but elements of it at least, in some ways it's been divided. So you've had a group which has been anti-crime, and like the people around, Alejandro Martí and these kind of people who have been considered right-wing kind of anti-crime, and people in a way have been anti-state violence, and have been more kind of on the left and probably dominated the conversation. I think both these need to come together, and it was part of what Ricardo was asking before about the role of the state. It's not just a problem of the state, and it's not just a problem of criminals, it's both. So it has to be kind of, I think, a civil society which is also pushing and demanding the security as well as limits of the violence of the state, which is kind of asking for both worlds. And I think a huge part of the solution is working the communities to stop the next generation of these killers. Because, right now as we speak here, there's kids who are 13, 14 years old, in Nogales or Hermosillo or in Culiacán or in Reynosa, who are being recruited. And, how come the state has failed to the state or society has failed to reach out to those people?
Thank you, Ioan. Very relevant comment. And I just wanted to finish this panel talking with, we're celebrating 200 years of our bilateral relationship, the US and Mexico. And we tend to think of our cultures like a very, very diverse cultures. And that was perhaps before quite accurate. In one side we speak Spanish, in the other side we speak English. But that border is not as prevalent as it was before. So in the US, and if you go to Tucson, you'll speak a lot of Spanish. And now in Mexico, you speak a lot of English. There's a lot of Mexican nationals whose main language is English. And with the arms, with the weapons, the concern that we have, it's quite similar in both countries. So when we talk about guns, violence, and culture in Mexico, particularly if you are in the border of both countries, we're a third country that is very different from what people in Mexico City and Washington, D.C. tend to imagine. So I think it is very important to tend to or to try to find which are actually the commonalities in our culture. It's like what's being different in one side or the other, but particularly what are the main concerns on both sides of the border, and how that border is determinant in the life of people. For binational families, it's not much so. For a lot of people that study in one side of the border and living on the other side of the border, it's not that important. And there are millions of people in our border that live that way. And still, I think Mexico City and Washington, D.C. don't get how actually we have one particular culture in our borderlands, and how important it is to address these topics for self-interest in both sides of the border. So really, thank you so much. A wonderful conversation. And we are going to have a coffee break for 15 minutes. And then we're having the second session of this seminar regarding corporate accountability for gun trafficking and unlawful diversion of arms experts. So a big round of applause for our panelists. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. As we begin the second round of keynotes and panels here, I'll just share with you maybe one or two thoughts as you take your seats from the first discussion. And I think it's very clear, very obvious, it should be to everyone here in the room, that the future of Mexico and the United States, it's impossible to decouple that. As one country goes, so does the other. And it is also just as impossible to decouple the issue of arms trafficking from the issue of illicit drugs and also human migration in today's world. And as the title of the first panel was, Guns, Violence, and Culture in Mexico, as you saw, we ended up having quite a bit of discussion about politics in the United States, policy in the United States, and we know that all of these issues are intertwined between our two nations and beyond the borders of these two nations. So as we move forward into the next section, it is indeed a great honor for me to introduce our next keynote speaker, Counselor Alejandro Celorio Alcántara. Alejandro Celorio is a member of the Mexican Foreign Service since 2006 with the rank of counselor, and presently he is the legal advisor to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Prior to assuming his present role, he served as chief of the Section for Hispanic and Migratory Affairs at the Mexican Embassy in Washington, D.C., where his work focused on the defense of the interest of Mexican nationals in the United States, particularly those who are undocumented, by using strategic litigation and by strengthening relationships with organizations working in favor of migrants' civil rights. Counselor Celorio is a graduate of the School of Law at Universidad La Salle, and he has a master's in judicial sociology from the Instituto Internacional de Sociología Jurídica de Oñate in Spain. He also holds master's degrees in international transactions and comparative law from the School of Law at the University of San Francisco and in US law from the University of Houston. He also holds a certificate in public administration from La Universidad Iberoamericana. Counselor, I'm not sure how you were able to get out of the classroom, but we're so honored to have you with us here today. So we look forward to your remarks, and I'll bring the presentation up for you really quick. Okay. All right, so I think we're ready to go.
We need 25 minutes, right?
Whatever you would like.
All right. Okay. Just bring it down. Well, thank you very much to the University of Arizona. Thank you all. Thank you, Consul Barceló. Thank you, Sergio, and all of you involved in the organization of this. Sure. You can go. Perfect. All right. All right. Well, We could spend the whole seminar talking about what Mexico is not doing, and another seminar about what the United States is not doing. But what I want to talk today is what we've been doing and what has to be done from a different angle. It is well known, everybody knows, the corporations know, the public know, even the narco series in cable television. Everybody knows that Mexico is swamped with firearms. Not a lot of people know that between 70 and 90% of those weapons come from the United States. Whereas in the United States, there's around 20,000 federal firearm licensees, hundreds of gun stores at the US-Mexico border. In Mexico, there's only one store where you are able to apply for a permit to own and some carry a firearm. It's very difficult to obtain. And it's not only restricted in terms of the availability or the possibility of getting the firearm, but also the caliber that you can get. In Mexico, there's not a legal way to obtain a military-style rifle. So the issue of illicit trafficking of weapons, and I wanted to recognize Ioan Grillo's book because it has helped demystify the idea that no, the weapons come from the remnants of the Central American Civil War. The weapons come from China. The weapons come from Russia. The weapons come from the United States in the order of 70 and 90% from our land border. It has also helped us explain that it's not an issue of lack of attention at customs. It's not because we share this long land border. Countries like Jamaica and Haiti have issues of illicit trafficking of weapons, and they're islands. They don't share a land border with the United States. Canada has an issue of arms trafficking from the United States, and it's Canada. So the issue here is not who is not doing enough. Let's talk about the actors involved in the illicit trafficking of weapons. We have, of course, the consumer. We have, in this case of Mexico, Mexico as a government, what is that we're doing, and the United States. Those are the actors, and I'm keeping the fourth one that I think you already start thinking, who's the fourth one, the missing link, the question mark that we haven't addressed. We've done a lot as governments, both the United States and Mexico. We have put a lot of taxpayers' money in the lawsuit filed by the government of Mexico in Boston against gun manufacturers, distributors, and sellers. We alleged that the resources spent in response to the armed violence caused by the illicit trafficking of weapons facilitated by the negligence and illicit activities of the defendants amounts to around $15 billion. And it's not only the money that is taxpayers' money, it's the lives, it's the sanity of our members of the armed forces. We are fighting a very high firepower in Mexican territory. Let's talk more about what we're doing. Mexico, of course, has improved its customs, our infrastructure. Nowadays, the Army is in charge of the land borders, at the same time that the Navy is in charge of the maritime customs. Somebody would say, it's a matter of customs. Weapons are bought in the United States legally, and then they enter Mexico because Mexicans are corrupt, because Mexicans turn a blind eye to when the weapons enter into Mexico. Those are the comments that I don't agree. It's not the only reason. If we talk about the Ioan River, we imagine this Ioan River, this term coined by Ioan Grillo. We could fight the polluted river as it runs. Let's think of the border. Let's think of the river. And we put sacks of sand to stop the pollution and more sacks of sand. And then we build a wall. We build a dam to stop the Ioan River coming. Just imagine the border will be filled with weapons on the US side because the flow continues. All right, what Mexico has been doing is increasing the number of seizures of weapons. Just in 2022, the Mexican armed forces seized around 5,400 long arms and 2,300 handguns and 4 million bullets. 4 million bullets. This is the US-Mexico border. At the same time, as some facts, the Tucson Sector Border Patrol in the fiscal year 2022 seized only 293 handguns and 24 military-style rifles, 9,500 bullets. All the border patrol sectors throughout the US-Mexico border seized, remember, Mexico seized 5,400 in Mexican territory. The United States Border Patrol seized in all its sectors 1,700 military-style rifles, handguns, and only 610 long guns. You start seeing the disproportionality of efforts? Well, going back to Mexico. Mexico has increased its resources, is working in establishing and installing more technology, some non-intrusive technology to identify arms that are trying to enter into Mexico. And I would ask the border community, and I would like to see that, but I would ask you, how would you feel if there were long lines on the US side trying to enter into Mexico or going to Rocky Point or to San Carlos, Sonora, because we are looking into every single American vehicle for weapons? We could do that. We should do that. Border Patrol should do the same as they're doing when looking in northbound highways, looking for human beings or illicit substances. Perhaps we should have mirroring efforts, and we look into every single vehicle entering into Mexico for weapons. We're not there yet. Hopefully we're going to do it, and I'm sorry for the traffic that's going to happen, but it's better to have vehicle traffic than firearms trafficking. We have deployed more human resources, more human manpower at the border. And perhaps some people, and hopefully some Hill staffers are following this seminar, they would say Mexico has to do more. All right, we're going to do more to stop the flow of the iron flow from the United States, but I only have 2 hands, and then I have to stop the migrants and stop the illicit substances and the fentanyl. We have limited resources as governments. It is clear that the United States doesn't have enough resources to stop the flow southbound of firearms. So, it's my personal opinion, and I'm sure some experts might believe the same. The key is not, or it is not the only solution to look at the border to try to stop the polluted flow of weapons. Now, what the United States has done, and I commend the Biden administration, for the first time, the illicit trafficking of weapons is a federal felony since last summer. For the first time. We've been talking a lot about 2004, 2005, the expiration of the assault weapons ban, the war on drugs, 17 years ago. 17 years, and until now, the crime of illicit trafficking is in a federal statute. So I imagine for Border Patrol, it was difficult before to stop an individual in a pickup truck believing that they might have weapons in the car. I believe now they might have elements to sustain reasonable suspicion that a person is trafficking. Hopefully, I'm sure there's going to be an increase in arrest and prosecution of traffickers. We've been seeing in the United States, and again, I commend what the Biden administration is doing, more prosecutions against gun traffickers, interstate traffickers from very lax regulated commerce in arms into more regulated arms like Nevada to California and then southbound. More and more prosecution. Not a lot of mention into who is selling. A lot of about who is buying and to whom are they giving them to, but not who is selling. Even though there are patterns and modus operandi of gun retailers knowingly selling to straw purchasers around the United States. But it's a good start that there's more prosecution. The ATF just last week publicized information of federal firearm licensees that are breaking federal law. It's great. We will be able to identify the bad actors. Not everybody involved, and this is my personal belief, and I'm sure you will share, not everybody involved in the arms trade or the firearms trade in the United States, the private to private citizen, not the government procurement, they're law abiding. And they want to continue buying weapons because they're gun enthusiasts, they want to teach their grandchildren to shoot, or they want to feel safer in their house. We need to point out about the bad actors. I think the Biden administration is in the right track. An additional thing of what is the US doing, and it's worth commending. There are talks about a task force to stop and combat the illicit trafficking, the international one, the one to Mexico. 2021, the Department of Justice announced that in order to stem the armed violence, 5 task forces were going to be organized to identify and stop illicit trafficking, the interstate one in the United States, but nothing to Mexico, nothing to Canada. That's how the Canadian legal advisor has the opportunity to talk about their issues, but I'll talk about Mexico. Mexico has been asking in the Entendimiento Bicentenario, the bicentennial understanding, that is a different approach into the Merida Initiative. Share responsibility. You're concerned about illicit substances. We're concerned about illicit trafficking. Let's do more. It's not quid pro quo, but it's more about, you want to stop this, you need to stop this. And we'll do the same. The correlation between drugs and firearms. The idea of having a task force looking into what is happening in terms of trafficking into Mexico is of extreme value. Why? Because differently from illicit substances, even though some of the methamphetamines might have a mark or some kind of signal of who produced it, firearms have a serial number that can be traced. And I want to stress this as a point of opportunity. By looking into the tracing information that, by the way, is not public, and if it was public, we would see, I'll show you some maps, we would be appalled of how my county is filled with places of origin of guns that end in Mexico. It's not public. That's for the US citizens to decide how to make it public. With the tracing information, it's easier to find routes, modus operandi, bad actors, patterns, and it's easier to deploy more elements at the border, making an audit, increase the number of ATF agents in a specific county, is the tracing information. And it's not that difficult, I would say. And I'll show why. This is the information in terms of where the seizure of weapons happens in Mexico. So you'll see, it's the northern border, Tijuana to your left, to the Pacific, and then the other side, Tamaulipas. And then you see the other green places, but that doesn't mean that the weapons are flown or somehow they appear in the middle of Mexico. Is because differently from the United States, I was talking about the task forces, differently from the United States that is looking into an interstate trafficking, Mexico is our seizing strategy is throughout the Mexican territory, not only in the northern border. Now, Sadly, the seizure of weapons is not a per se an activity that we pursue. The weapons are seized after an armed confrontation, after an arrest, or after some sort of contact with armed forces or our law enforcement in Mexico. And this is a good opportunity to bring something to you that you might not be aware. People might say, why is Mexico upside down? Why did they not enforce their law? Mexico now, locally, and we're going to work hard to keep it that way, is a country where there's a rule of law and criminals are prosecuted under a criminal law system with respect of human rights, presumption of innocence, due process. You have to arrest the individual that is either in flagrancy or suspected of being committed a crime. Take him or her to the authorities, and then that person will face a criminal trial. When you have that same individual pointing at you with a 50 caliber Barrett, military style rifle, with a 2-mile range, I would invite you to imagine, would you approach to arrest that person? Do you remember Waco, Texas? The kind of SWAT teams, FBI, the kind of tanks that were used, that's what we live in Mexico. When Waco, Texas, under the rule of law and a criminal law system, it wasn't the Air Force bombing the Waco compound, right? You cannot neutralize a criminal. You cannot kill the criminal. You have to arrest the criminal. Waco. We have Wacos every single day in Mexico with similar firepower. Now, it's important to highlight this because I don't know if you perhaps remember the Culiacanazo or the first attempt to arrest Ovidio. With the monopoly of the use of force, Mexico as a state could have repealed the threat of an aggression. We saw Browning machine guns, that by the way, you can buy them online here in the United States. And you can look at the website in Mexico. This is so interesting as a small parenthesis of what other actors should get involved. You cannot watch a US-Mexico soccer game that is happening in the United States in Univision, and it says you cannot watch this website. But you can enter into barrett.com from Mexico, and you can look into the new models of firearms. I think that's some rooms of opportunity that we have to prevent the illicit market in Mexico to get firearms. It is important to highlight the Culiacanazo is a good example of if the state, if Mexico, the government, had used its force legally, we would have had hundreds of collaterals. Because if you send in the continuum of the use of force, the state has the ability to respond with a higher one notch up from the aggression, right? So if you have a Browning pointing at you and you're a helicopter, you're not going to shoot with a handgun. You're going to send either a rocket or you're going to use a minigun. And that's going to result in collaterals. So it's not that easy when you say Mexico should do more. Mexico has to arrest the criminals. We will arrest the criminals. We have way higher firepower than the criminals. It's our legal system. We cannot, and we will not, and we shouldn't neutralize the criminals. We need to arrest them and put them before justice. And that's the main issue. The high firepower that criminals in Mexico have. Talking a bit more about what Mexico is doing and Mexico should do, there's some individuals in Congress that talks about the designation of organized criminal organization in Mexico as a foreign terrorist organizations. One angle of preoccupation is that that's not the answer. Because if you designate them as FTOs, they're terrorists, And the next step, as a former president of the United States, perhaps, as he was very enthusiastic to comment, send a rocket or a drone into Mexican territory. It happens in Syria, in Iraq, in Afghanistan. Somebody in Nevada will use a drone and they're like, oh, the cartel is there, I'm gonna kill them. Yeah, but the cartel member is eating enchiladas in a restaurant. Doesn't matter. It's very responsible to talk about the designation of organized criminal organizations as FTOs. Well, if it happens, and if they wanted to continue to have this conversation, think about that the gun dealers and the gun manufacturers and the gun industry will be aiding and abetting, providing material support to terrorists. Your companies here that are selling the gun show yesterday. I don't imagine the gun industry being very happy of that idea. So see, I'm just trying to mention that we can talk about how to stop the trafficking at the flow or even at the end, a la desembocadura, no? That would be Mexico, to prosecute more, to arrest the traffickers, to increase, to search the ATF personnel. We could do that. And by the way, we should do that. And it's not that difficult. When we ask the United States, well, you tell us to do more on migration, more on illicit substances, more on fentanyl. And our answer is like, well, we're gonna ask you just one thing. Increase the number of ATF agents in the dark orange. These are the 10 counties where the majority of weapons come from. The weapons that are seized in Mexico come from. Harris County, Hartford, Connecticut is because Colt is based there. That's why it's not that there's a problem selling there, but we wanted to mention Maricopa, Arizona, Pima County. This is ground zero, and I couldn't be more excited and thankful to the University of Arizona to have organized this event. And not only because I see this event as the beginning of a wider conversation from very difficult angles, with a lot of criticism to what the Mexican government is doing or not, the United States, but we need to talk about this. Why? Because the illicit trafficking is hurting you also. And we start talking about the question mark, the fourth element, the corporations. Illicit trafficking of weapons allow criminals to have high firepower. They empower, los empoderan. And a criminal with a handgun perhaps can say, give me your wallet. And you'll say no, perhaps the weapon will be blocked. When that same criminal brings an AR-15 and tells you, if you don't turn a blind eye into what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna mow your whole family with the AR-15. See? A criminal with that kind of firepower feels empowered and is empowered to traffic human beings. Very interesting. The same people that are against irregular migration are in favor of this insanity of arms trade that affects Mexico. You don't like migration? Look into the effects of arms trafficking into Central America. You criticize what is happening in Jamaica and Haiti? Do something about the trafficking from Florida. And this is a good opportunity to mention what Mexico is doing is with full respect to the United States and Americans. These are not lawsuits or efforts against the Second Amendment. We don't like other countries to tell us what to do. We don't like other countries to tell us, for example, we don't like your energy reform. We don't accept others to tell us, and we won't do it. This is not a lawsuit trying to modify US domestic laws. These are lawsuits and efforts. I'll talk a bit more of the additional strategies or actions that we're pursuing. These are lawsuits because we have been harmed. The defendants say in one of our lawsuits, you are suing because you are frustrated with the US government. That's not right. There's other channels to tell the United States that we need the US to do more. They tell us all the time what to do. That's a different conversation, and it's very active as neighbors, friends, and brothers that we are. We fight all the time, and that's normal. It's okay. But we're suing because the corporations haven't understood, or perhaps they do, but they don't want to be part of the solution. Marcelo Ebrard, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, went on November 22nd of 2022 before the Security Council. Mexico was part of the Security Council, and you can imagine it's Russia, Germany, France, the US, and we're talking about small arms, a different conversation. In multilateral fora, trafficking is not the issue, it's becoming. But Ebrard went ahead and said, we as governments have the opportunity to encourage our private sectors to follow the law or make the necessary changes to avoid harm. And that is the key, I believe, in what we're doing. There's discussions about business and human rights, and I really like this one specific guideline that talks about corporations, any corporations, pesticides, the tobacco industry, the auto industry, should assess the risk of their product. If a vehicle doesn't have the right bolts or the right machinery, perhaps it'll cause damage. You would expect all corporations to be careful in what is happening with their product. And after assessing the risk, they should do everything in their power to prevent or to mitigate the harm that that product will cause. When you talk about weapons, it is a product designed to harm, destroy, and kill. So I think it's pretty clear to imagine the harm. It is designed to kill. It's designed to dismember a 5-year-old. That's it. Don't you imagine that the gun industry should be more careful, more diligent in how they market their product? If you're marketing a handgun saying Jefe de Jefes, that's not for a Kentucky gun enthusiast, I believe. If your website is, you allow anybody in the world to look into your website, the new design, the new prices, is it that you are resorting in an illicit market, consumer market that is out of the US? What about the kind of marketing they use in selling to private citizens? These are not weapons that are sold in the big expo in Saudi Arabia to governments. These are weapons for civilians. But the kind of advertisements are advertisements for somebody that wants to go to war. Be victorious, not the victim. And you look at the advertisement and it looks like you're in Aleppo, Syria. That's not for somebody in Kentucky to go shoot deer. Gun corporations should be, and let me put it this way, they have the opportunity to prevent armed violence in Mexico. And that is the missing link. Governments could do more, yes. Consumers, I think we have the right path. It's challenging because I mentioned it. It's a criminal law system with obligations of human rights. It's not laws of war where you can neutralize an aggression or a potential aggression. Colombia was very close to that dynamic. It's like, I believe you're going to shoot me, I'm going to kill you. Mexico won't go there, even if some people in Washington want us to go there. We won't. The corporations, what else can they do? And this is our plea to the US society. And we have been asked a lot of, why are you so nosy with what is happening in Mexico? This is a Second Amendment. Yeah, it's hurting us in Mexico, because armed violence, but I'll give you an additional element. 34 million people of Mexican origin live in the United States. And they're as exposed as any other American to armed violence, to mass shootings. With the same freedom and irresponsibility that a white nationalist or white supremacist was able to buy a weapon to kill 22 people of Mexican origin in El Paso, Texas, in a Walmart, August 3rd, 2019. With the same liberty, facility, responsibility, straw purchasers can buy a weapon to give it to organized crime in Mexico. This issue of arms trafficking holds us together as societies. It's hurting us both, Mexicans and United States. But what about you when you go to Rocky Point, to Puerto Peñasco, or to San Carlos, or the million Americans that live in Mexico, tens of thousands of baby boomers that have retired in Mexico? They are tired of the armed violence. And it's surprising when we tell them, you feel uncomfortable in Mexico? Talk to your congressperson to repeal PLACA. Because if the gun industry doesn't want to make the changes that are necessary and that they are on notice, everybody knows what happens with armed violence. I mean, the drug cartels put videos in YouTube. You just have to turn Netflix. By the way, we should ask Netflix to have a disclaimer at the beginning of their series saying, these weapons do not appear from somewhere. They come from the United States. According to the ATF, 70% of the weapons. It would help us understand. The corporations are on notice, and we would expect that any law-abiding and public entity or private entity, would like to keep their prestige and their trade without causing harm. Now, in addition to the lawsuits, because we're going to keep pushing with that, we're going to keep working diplomatically with the United States, we're going to keep raising the issue in multilateral fora. There's a discussion this week on a working group on arms and munition and explosives of the Palermo Convention Against Organized Crime in Vienna. The United States is not part of it, but they go as observers. So we're talking about new technologies, marking, micro-marking of munitions. The weapons, the firearms are an issue, but when I tell you that Mexico is seizing 4 million bullets, we need marking in the bullets so we know who sold them. And we find the bad actors and the patterns and the modus operandi. We have resorted to the Inter-American system with a public hearing, but also now with a request of an advisory opinion. We're talking with the European authorities and elected officials to ask them to question their gun manufacturers and say, you're exporting firearms to the United States. Do you know who's the final user and the final use? Are you aware that your weapons end in Guerrero, in Ayotzinapa? Can you do something to change that? The Caribbean is expressing their support to what we're doing. So let me end by saying, and thank you very much for your attention, we have the opportunity to change the world together as societies. A world where if there has to be a trade in arms, this has to be responsible, transparent, and with accountability. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councilor Celorio, for your remarks. I think that was a very agile pivot towards the issue of corporate responsibility. And, I think, we could look at this issue from a public health perspective, or we can even talk about environmental issues and see, a lot of parallels. And the conversation would be much different if we were talking about a pandemic or some kind of air pollution or water pollution. There would be bilateral engagement on resolving those issues. But somehow, here with this issue, we're kind of mired in political discourse, and we know that this is where a lot of work needs to be done. So thank you very much for those remarks. Please remain on stage as we will be transitioning into the next panel. And I'll try to be agile here as well and get us back to the other PowerPoint. So we are now transitioning to our second panel of the day, corporate accountability for gun trafficking and unlawful diversion of arms exports. So this really gets to the matter at hand, and we again have an amazing panel assembled for you, led of course by Councilor Celorio. So I'm going to introduce our panelists, and as I introduce you, would you please come up and join us here? And I should mention that we had extended an invitation to a good friend of the James E. Rogers College of Law, Angela Woodbridge from the Alcohol, Tobacco and Firearms, but she was unable to join us. So we're going to proceed with the panel as it is, and I think we have an amazing panel here today. So I'm going to introduce Leon Castellanos Jankovic. That's close, good, all right. Research in International Law at the Asser Institute and academic coordinator of the Netherlands Network for Human Rights Research. His work focuses on international human rights law, the history of international law, and minority protection. His paper, Nationality, Alienage, and Early International Rights, was awarded the inaugural David D. Caron Prize by the American Society of International Law in its 2019 annual meeting. Previously, he worked as postdoctoral researcher for the Dutch team in the project on memory laws in European and comparative perspective. And since 2023, Leon is a member of the National Researcher System, the SNI, Level 1, in recognition of his original contributions to the field of international law. Thank you for joining us today, Leon. And Steve Shadowin, a founding partner at Hilliard Shadowin LLP, specializing in economic justice and civil rights. Over his extensive career, he has been lead counsel in numerous groundbreaking cases and is well known for his work in antitrust litigation and in the civil rights arena. In human rights litigation, Mr. Shadowin represents, and this is very, very poignant and relevant for our region here, the families of Mexican nationals killed by U.S. Border Patrol agents along the southern border, obtaining the first ever ruling that Mexican nationals killed by U.S. agents in Mexico can obtain judicial review of those killings in U.S. courts. I think that resonates here, certainly. As a law student, Mr. Shadowin was the Criminal Procedure Project editor of Georgetown Law Journal, and upon graduation from Georgetown, he served as law clerk for the Honorable Boyce F. Martin, Jr. of the United States Court of Appeals for the Sixth Circuit. Mr. Shadowin holds a JD from Georgetown University Law Center, cum laude, and a BA from St. Edward's University, summa cum laude. Welcome, Steve. Thanks for joining us today. And moderating this panel is Professor Jane Bambauer, the Dorothy H. and Louis Rosenstiel Distinguished Professor of Law at the James E. Rogers College of Law at the University of Arizona. Professor Bambauer teaches and studies the fundamental problems of well-intended technology policies. Professor Bambauer's research assesses the social costs and benefits of big data and how new information technologies affect free speech, privacy, and competitive markets. She holds a BS in mathematics from Yale College and a JD from Yale Law School, and there's much more I could go on, and all of our panelists, they have very extensive bios, but just trying to give you the most relevant pieces here. So Professor Bambauer, the panel is yours.
Great, thank you so much, and thanks to this esteemed and amazing panel. I thought I'd start by giving all three of you the opportunity to talk a little bit at whatever level of generality you need to, given your current role in litigation, to discuss how some of the cases brought in Massachusetts and Arizona, or the request for the ACHR guidance, or what is it, advisory opinion, or in Leon's case, what Europe is doing right now in order to try to impose some amount of liability and responsibility on private corporations. You know, I find this problem quite interesting as a tort scholar in the US, because we're talking here about the classic mixed use product that has legitimate uses and very harmful, illegitimate uses. This one, weapons, guns especially, are, yes, they're constitutionally protected, but even putting that aside, the US has sort of a history of disfavoring secondary liability, which is probably why, in general, the mind of the typical sort of American might first jump to, well, why isn't Mexico fighting the crime better? And yet we do have, of course, things like know your customer laws that apply to banking industries. There are many industries where the entanglement with huge intractable problems are known and probably better managed than with guns. So yeah, so could you start with a little bit of, maybe I'll start with you, Steve, and to talk about the Massachusetts and Arizona cases.
Sure, I'll just start by describing for all of our audience the two litigations that we're involved in. First was brought in Federal District Court in Massachusetts against essentially the major gun manufacturers. And I forget who said at one of the earlier panel about how the United States has retrenched in terms of its respect for and promotion of international legal standards. And so you will note that our lawsuit on behalf of the government of Mexico against the gun manufacturers is a tort case. Don't mention any international legal standards whatsoever. We're suing the gun manufacturers for creating a public nuisance in Mexico on the theory that the manufacturers are aware of repeated systematic trafficking of their guns into Mexico, causing great harm, and they don't do a thing about it. That's the case. We also have other types of tort claims in there, and I'll mention two things for you and for other tort aficionados. One is, it's a general principle throughout the world and in many US jurisdictions, including in Massachusetts, that it is the substantive law of the place where the injury occurs that generally applies. So you have a case, government of Mexico versus gun manufacturers in the United States. It's a tort claim. Whose tort law? Whose tort law applies? Is it US tort law, Massachusetts tort law, Connecticut tort law, some other tort law? We say, and we think we're going to prevail on this, the injury occurs in Mexico, so the presumption, absent some really compelling reason on the other side, it's the tort law of Mexico that applies. Okay, so that's the tort law. What about this statute, the immunity statute, the Protection of Lawful Commerce in Arms Act, that, being very broad, provides immunity in many circumstances for gun manufacturers and dealers in the United States? Okay, that's what that statute says. And we in Mexico say, what's that have to do with us? That's a statute that governs injuries that occur in the United States. These injuries occur in Mexico. And the US Supreme Court has gone on a tear over the last decade in not extending US federal statutes that provide a cause of action when the injury occurs abroad. So it'll be a securities statute or a RICO statute or whatever it is that provides a cause of action and is silent as to when it applies. The US Supreme Court says, if Congress doesn't say in the statute that the federal statute applies when the injury occurs abroad, it doesn't apply when the injury occurs abroad. And we say, we take you at your word. What's sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander. If you're going to say that's the rule that applies when you're deciding whether to extend the cause of action, the same rule should apply when you're deciding whether your federal statute extinguishes a cause of action, especially when the cause of action rightfully arises under the law of another nation. So that's a long-winded wind up. That's our Boston case. It's a tort case. We say the injury occurs in Mexico, therefore the substantive tort law of Mexico applies. There's a federal statute that says there's immunity, we say that statute doesn't apply for the same reason. The injury occurs in Mexico. And Congress did not say in that PLACA statute that it applies when the injury occurs abroad, and therefore it doesn't apply.
All right. Do you want to tell us a bit about the request for the advisory opinion?
There we go. One of the questions that we receive a lot is that we filed a suit in Boston, it got dismissed in first instance, and we filed a lawsuit in Arizona, and now we're resorting into the inter-American system. And some people will say, like, you're just trying to get quien la paga, no? Like, somebody has to pay for this. Like, it's not that. This is a very well and thoughtful strategy. It took us 2 years to plan it, and it is working the way we thought it would. We're appealing in Boston, but at the same time, in the inter-American system, we requested an advisory. We filed a request for an advisory opinion with 2 main questions. I'm oversimplifying, but 2 questions. And in these kind of advisory opinions, you don't name a country. It's in general. You want to talk about the general issue. So we're asking, what are the obligations of states of the region in terms of protecting the right of life? One of our panelists, Jonathan Law, will talk about perhaps the right not to be shot. And the violation of the right to life and the violation or the harm to the right not to be shot, there's no remedy. There's no compensation. You're dead. That's it. So this, in a very oversimplifying, shows the impact, and this is the first question that we allege, there's an impact in human rights. The lack of strong regulations in the commerce of firearms. So talking in the region, of course. And the second question is, well, in the first question we talked to which extent the trade practices of gun industry impacts human rights. And the second question is, to which extent a statute that provides immunities to this gun industry frustrates and violates the right to access to justice for the victims, to seek remedy. So you see, we're expecting a very big participation of countries of the region in this inter-American advisory opinion, a lot of amicus from civil society and organizations. Why is important the advisory opinion? But even though we had the opportunity, or countries had the opportunity to file amicus in the US courts, some countries might not feel comfortable participating in these legal efforts in sovereign courts. But when it's in the Inter-American Court, we're expecting broad participation from countries in the Caribbean, for example. I mentioned Jamaica, Haiti. We hope Canada joins us. Canada has a problem of trafficking of handguns from New York into Ontario. We're expecting other countries to say, Brazil, for example. Brazil has really good practices in terms of tracing. Perhaps Brazil will say, my opinion is that there's good practices. This could be done. It's not something extraordinary to ask to trace firearms or microstamp the munitions. So this is an additional effort of a very broad strategy into bringing into light the necessity to hold the gun industry accountable.
Okay, and let me ask both of you a quick question before moving on to the Europeans. I mean, in terms of, I guess there wasn't literally an absence of a remedy if in theory someone who is shot could find the person who shot them and file a civil or criminal suit against them, right? So, but I get your broader point that the idea is that there's more that can be done for public safety's sake at pretty marginal or low cost, and so why aren't these states imposing it? So can you elaborate on what you would like the companies to do? I mean, I think there's some low-hanging fruit, and how high up the effort tree would you go in terms of what you'd want the corporations to do?
I'll start, Stephen, please compliment. There's a prior experience when Smith & Wesson agreed with the Clinton White House to modify its practice, its commerce, design its weapons in a way that only the first or the initial buyer could use it. This is 2020 years ago. So one of the things that we're asking is modify the way, well, first, stop selling to straw purchasers. If you see the red flags, somebody wants to buy 10, 20 weapons, as Ioan Grillo describes in his wonderful book, 10 weapons in one transaction, do something, at least don't ask, call the ATF saying, red flag, red flag. If a person buys Monday, Tuesday, so stop doing what you're doing, do what you're supposed to do, like report multiple sales, run the background checks and so forth. Now, change the way you conduct your business. Like the marketing, put a disclaimer, these weapons kill. I'm exaggerating, but like, be more responsible. You know these weapons in the wrong hands are gonna cause harm. So make the changes, the necessary changes. You're the industry, you have the technology, you have the money. What we would like to do, I'm a firm believer that perhaps these are weapons for civilian use. Put some kind of digital key where only the first consumer can use it, or some initiatives like the San Jose County, where they want the initial buyer or the buyer to present a limited liability insurance, just when you rent an automobile, saying, I'm responsible for this firearm until I report it's missing, was stolen, or I sold it. That kind of practices. And of course, we're asking for monetary compensation. That is not our first goal. We want the trade to change, but it is necessary to highlight and it's necessary to receive the remedy of all the harm that has been caused in Mexico.
You want to add anything?
Just very briefly, the principal relief that we seek is an injunction. And that explains, it's the answer to the question we often get, why did you bring this case in the United States? We could have brought this case maybe in the courts of Mexico. It's the government of Mexico suing. Why not sue in your own courts? The answer is that we need an injunction against these manufacturers that are headquartered in the United States. You can't have a judge in Mexico ordering Smith & Wesson how to change their marketing distribution practices. They'd get that decree and throw it in the trash. They get one from the federal district court in Boston, that's not going in the trash. So we brought the case in the United States because we need effective injunctive relief against these manufacturers. And I'll say one other thing about tort law being used here, maybe in a way that people aren't used to it being used, but many people think of tort law as being one person injured by one reckless act. But you see here in the United States, under the US tort law, how it's evolved even over just the last 15 years. Think about the opioid litigation, where you have people who've become hooked on opioids and their families suing, Johnson & Johnson and other makers of opioids. And those cases are succeeding because judges have gotten over the idea that tort law is somehow just, John Smith sues one manufacturer because the tire blew out. That's not it. You can take on large-scale social torts in the US court systems. They can handle it. And so that's what we're doing, a tort case seeking injunctive relief in a US court.
All right. Okay, so Leon, tell us, what does the EU have to do with the gun problem in Mexico?
Thank you, Professor, and thank you again for the invitation to the university and, of course, to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Mexico. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. So I want to pick up on Alejandro's point about access to justice just right now, because that's my entry point into this topic from a European perspective and from the standpoint of European companies, of course, arms companies and gun makers, because today Mexico is suing in Arizona and also in Boston. But the lawsuits will have a beginning and an end. And what about other victims, not just in Mexico, but in other parts of the world, such as Central America, which was already mentioned? What kinds of remedies do they have? How can they get accountability when there is negligence from these companies? And one of the big lessons that the lawsuits of Mexico has taught us and shown is that a good number, a very important percentage, probably between 40 and 50, depending on the region or the country, of the guns are coming either from Europe or are being manufactured under licensing for European companies here in the United States. And so the question is, what is their responsibility? And how are they getting here? And just to take a couple of steps back in the landscape, just to show you a little bit of the discussion in Europe, it's non-existent. But there is an increasing consensus in Europe that the closed character of the EU illicit firearms market is eroding. So there was this sort of idea amongst experts that there was a closed circuit firearms illicit market, which is now blown wide open because of ISIS, because of Crimea first, 2014, now the rest of the country, Libya. And all of these situations are exacerbating not just illicit flows, but higher power weapons. And in the country where I work and live, in the Netherlands, the authorities are very worried because they say that the European Union is pressuring them to fix the problem in Rotterdam, for example. A lot of the illicit trafficking is coming out of the port in Rotterdam, one of the biggest in the world, probably the biggest in Europe. And so this issue is now spilling over. To give you a sort of factoid statistic, there are 850 million civilian firearms. That's most of the firearms that are in circulation in the world. 750 million of those 850 million firearms are diverted. That means that they are not with the intended end user to whom the gun was sold, and they have been turned over to an illicit user, whether in the black market, illicit trafficking, organized crime. And so I'd be surprised if any of these gun companies is not on notice of this 750 million civilian firearms that are diverted. And so some kind of responsibility and accountability should be on the table.
And under European law, are there more options than appear to be politically feasible here in the US?
So there are two very important regulations in the EU which deal with firearms and the arms industry. The first one is a firearms regulation of 2012, which essentially is incorporating the firearms protocol, which is attached to the UN Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime. So that's a binding provision, and EU member states have the obligation to implement that by incorporating criminal law into their statutes that prohibits the illicit trafficking of firearms across their borders and around the world. Now there's a second provision, which is called the 2008 Common Position on Arms Exports. This one is more important for our purposes because the common position is not binding. However, it does include certain provisions that EU member states have to incorporate into their exports assessments. So the common position says you need to make sure that there are no human rights violations to the countries that you're selling, that there are no crimes against humanity being committed, that there's no sort of serious armed conflict situation, and you need to do a due diligence analysis. The problem is that not only is this an optional provision, it is not binding, there is no common risk assessment. So each member state of the 27 member states of the EU makes their own risk assessment there is no centralized EU body that is making that risk assessment. And so maybe one day Denmark says, well, I'm sorry, Colombia, we're not going to sell you, hundreds of ammunition because you have still some situations that we're not really happy with. But what happens is country B sitting next door picks up the phone and says, well, Colombia, Denmark won't sell it to you, but I will, right? And so that completely undermines the so-called co-arm mechanism, which is what the EU is trying to use in order to coordinate this. Now, there is a proposal, and I'll just close my remarks with this, very interesting proposal for an EU regulation that will be binding. So no more optional risk assessment, binding risk assessment that is centralized within the European Union institutional bodies, where a denial of export will be public and will bind all 27 member states. Hopefully that goes through. It's still been proposed in the EU Parliament in October of 2022, so this is the newest thing in the EU relating to this topic.
Okay, good. So before I see if there are audience questions, I did want to touch on something that Ioan mentioned or sort of provocatively asked, which is why not contemplate, I mean, I know this was a little tongue-in-cheek, but why not contemplate suing the drug user who is on notice that when they purchase at least certain drugs, inevitably that money is going to wind up in Mexican cartels. I mean, I think there's some obvious reasons that to treat the drug user as different from the gun manufacturer, but I guess the sort of subtext of the question is the war on drugs and what, whether they're the types of tort tools that you're thinking about in terms of preventing the Iron River can be turned into also useful tools to tackle the demand side of the drug problem.
Have a reaction, and of course I'm not a US trained attorney, and I didn't take tort law. So, but let me put it this way. So a drug consumer, why sue them? Where is their negligence? Where is their lack of care? Where is their lack of due diligence? They just bought it. They could be, in a way, perhaps saying you're aiding and abetting a criminal enterprise. Right. That would be a criminal, I believe, like a criminal action rather than a tort action. Now, I'll give you an example of what we can do. Companies that are importing fentanyl or precursors into Mexico. The US government could sue those companies. And I would be very interested if we pass a statute to provide immunity to fentanyl importers and tell the US, guess what, you cannot sue them because there's immunity. If the US government saying, but they're negligent because they know that after producing the legal product, the remnants are sold in the illicit market, or they're just sold to third, fourth, fifth parties, and they end in the streets of West Virginia. And if we tell them there's an immunities statute. That's the closest conversation or example that I would say to explain the way I explain our gun litigation, because for the longest time people say, you're gonna be sued for migration. Migration is not an illicit activity, it's an irregular activity perhaps, the most. In Mexico, it's not a crime. No? What else? You're gonna be sued because illicit substances are produced and trafficked from Mexico. Yeah, that's an illegal activity. There's no negligence there, it's a criminal activity. So the closest would be a lawsuit against fentanyl companies that are importing.
Thoughts?
I doubt that there's room there on a practical level for a lawsuit, but I really strongly believe there's a lot of scope there for a social movement to educate people who take these recreational drugs. Sometimes when I hear people doing it, I want to shake them by the shoulders and say, if you only knew the trail of destruction that you were leaving in your wake, no way would you be engaged in that activity. Now, if you could take that message and put it in commercials, socialize it through high schools and colleges, I think that that would be a very worthwhile thing to do.
Let's see. Yeah, we have some time for some questions.
Sorry for that. It was an excellent panel, and I have so many questions. But two for you, Leon, directly. If you can elaborate a little bit more about this new proposal to make this binding agreement at the European level in order to have a common position on that, which are the possibilities of success, and which countries are supporting this? And if you could also touch upon the topic of those companies relocating their places of production from European countries to the US or to other countries in order not to comply with this sort of stuff.
Great, thank you, Carlos. Two very important questions. So I'll start with the last and I'll move on to the proposal in the EU Parliament afterwards. European companies, Europe in general and European countries have very strict laws in general, much stricter than the laws in this country. So essentially, what they do is they establish subsidiaries here in the United States, not only to sell the guns, but to produce them, right? So there's companies that are here in the US, which are European, which could not be making the guns they make here in Europe because of the caliber. The calibers are prohibited in Europe. They make them here and they sell them here to certain publics, as we've just heard. So this is a circumvention, but the mother corporations are in the EU. Again, it's an issue of liability and of accountability and of supply chain responsibility. I didn't mention it, there's a second proposal in the EU Parliament on a due diligence directive. Now, on this, the jury is still out because it's still in draft form. Last year we had a full draft in the European Parliament, but it's still being discussed. It's not certain that the arms industry is going to be fully covered in this directive. But the issue here with the due diligence directive is, my main point is it should not replace tort law. It should not replace the victim's right to go to a court and say, I've suffered damage, because for tort, you only need to accredit damage and a causal link, attribution, two requirements. Due diligence, you need to prove that the lack of due diligence led to the harm. And that's an additional requirement, and that's very, very hard to prove. It raises the standard of proof a lot higher. So the due diligence directive, I feel, should be sort of, we have to really think hard about what role that is going to have. Now, the proposal in the EU regarding a regulation on arms import, export, and transit, this was put forward by the Greens in the European Parliament. A German member and a Finnish member were involved in the beginning. Now there is a little bit more of support. There is still no sort of agreed text, and there's still lobbying, but essentially what they want to do is centralize the information and address not only the determinations, the export determinations, which are being completely undermined by the individual decisions of the member states to go and make their own assessments. What are they doing? They're assessing in their own benefit, because a lot of these EU states, a lot of companies in the European Union, gun companies, are state-owned. So there's a conflict of interest, glaring, completely unethical situation where the states that are making money are self-assessing on the viability of their own exports for their own companies. This is the case in Belgium. This is the case partially in Romania. France, huge holder, the state of arms corporations. Essentially, the state is an arms dealer. So that's very problematic, and hopefully the directive is going to fix that, and also address issues of end users. So end use is not monitored. Once these products leave the EU, it's gone. No one checks whether it got to the federal government, the military, in whichever country it was sent. There is no obligation to monitor arrival and end use. This directive would include a provision that says you need to make sure that the guns got there to the correct, to correct end user. What happened with Ayotzinapa was just mentioned. Heckler & Co. sold guns to Mexico, said they were sending them to a certain Mexican, law enforcement agency. They get into the hands of criminals. Heckler & Koch said, in their defense, once it's gone, because we have no obligation for end use. Then it was shown that they had lied on their end user agreements and that they knew already that it was going to the wrong actors, right? So they were able to prove that, but it's super hard to prove. So now, if there is an obligation to monitor, right, on arrival, that the end user who's intended to hold the weapons is going to be actually receiving them, then that increases the level of scrutiny.
Oh, okay. I think we're out of time for the panel, so it's time for our next coffee break, and we will start the next keynote and panel in 15 minutes. Great, thank you. Thanks so much, all three of you.
I can say it's always difficult to break up conversations when you know that they're meaningful and people are enjoying themselves, but there will be a reception following the event and you'll have plenty of time to speak with your colleagues there. Okay, so we now transition into the third and final segment of the event today. And I ask you to please join me in welcoming our next keynote speaker, Professor John Donahue III, to the stage. John Donahue is the C. Wendell and Edith M. Carlsmith Professor of Law at the Stanford Law School. Professor Donahue has been one of the leading empirical researchers in the legal academy over the past 30 years. Professor Donahue is an economist as well as a lawyer and is well known for using empirical analysis to determine the impact of law and public policy in a wide range of areas, including civil rights and anti-discrimination law, employment discrimination, criminal justice and the death penalty, and factors influencing crime such as guns, incarceration, policing, and legalized abortion. He is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, a research associate of the National Bureau of Economic Research, and the former editor of the American Law and Economics Review, and president of the American Law and Economics Association. Professor Donahue holds a BA from Hamilton College, his JD from Harvard Law School, and a PhD in economics from Yale. Professor Donahue, we're honored to have you with us today. The floor is yours, and I'll bring up your presentation. Yeah, getting good at this. Nice, should be open.
I have to put it into
there we go. Slideshow.
Yeah, that's
Beginning, and you just it'll advance there.
wonderful.
Okay, thank you. Welcome.
Well, thank you so much. It's wonderful to be here, although this is not always the cheeriest of topics to be talking about. But again, thank you for the invitation, and great to be with so many friends and very interesting new acquaintances. So now I'm going to focus pretty much on the domestic situation in the U.S. It's somewhat of a bleak picture. There are a few bits of good news, and I'll highlight those. Even with the increases in crime in recent years in the United States, we are still lower than we were at the end of the big run-up in crime that had occurred in the Reagan and first Bush administration. So that's the good news. Things are also very good if you make or sell guns in the United States. But almost everything else is bad, although I will have one other qualification. So suicides, homicides, and mass shootings are all rising. We're obviously an outlier among affluent nations. And the Supreme Court and many state legislatures have started down a path of guns everywhere, and that is likely to make all of these problems worse. Also, the massive misinformation that comes out of the gun industry about the protective benefits of guns is both divisive and harmful to democracy. And unlike our international competitors, when they have been afflicted by significant mass shootings, we have been somewhat of a national disgrace in our inability to even take popular measures, many of which are supported by NRA members, but the NRA leadership is really only attentive to the gun sellers and not its own membership. So the one final bit of good news is that without the DC gun laws, the people who stormed the Capitol on January 6th would have been very heavily armed, and it's frightening to think how that episode would have played out with everyone who is pursuing their agenda carrying assault rifles, which could have happened under a different set of circumstances. So let me take a minute to say how we got into this mess, and then say a little bit about two areas: right to carry laws, laws allowing citizens to carry guns as a matter of right, and also the problem of mass shootings. So way back in 1934, the president of the NRA actually testified on behalf of gun control, and he said, "I do not believe in the general promiscuous toting of guns. I think it should be sharply restricted and only under licenses." Interestingly, the Supreme Court of the United States is now far more permissive than the former NRA president. There's no reason why on the street today a citizen should be carrying loaded weapons. Guns are a ridiculous way to solve problems that have to be solved among people of goodwill. When I asked my students who said that, they're all saying, oh, some crazy left-winger. That was Ronald Reagan in 1967. And Reagan went on to support an assault weapon ban as well as the Brady bill. So there has been quite a change over time. Here's another quote about the Second Amendment has been the subject of one of the greatest pieces of fraud on the American public by any special interest I've ever seen. This was a very conservative Republican Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Warren Burger, in 1991. From 1871 to 1995, Texas banned carrying of guns outside the home for protection. If you mention that to people today, they find it completely unimaginable given where the state is today. In 1995, Texas had a 20% lower murder rate than California, slightly higher murder rate than New York. After those 25 years where Texas went in one direction and California and New York went the other, we've had the flip. So now Texas has a 27% higher murder rate than California and a 75% higher murder rate than New York. The Supreme Court seems to want to close those gaps and push New York and California in the direction of Texas. So what happened? Two things badly harmed the gun industry. First, hunting declined in popularity, and that really cut into gun sales. The second was the 8 years of the Clinton administration were devastating to gun sales. Crime dropped like a stone during those 8 years. And it is this huge drop in gun sales that motivated the NRA to say, what do we have to do to get our product out there? Here's the drop in crime. Notice we had almost 25,000 murders at the end of the Bush administration. By the end of the Clinton administration, it was down to 15,000. So that's 10,000 fewer deaths per year. And what was great for the country was terrible for the gun industry, because gun sales really fell sharply in this period. So to stimulate the gun sales, the NRA said we've got to promote concealable guns, and that required overturning laws like the Texas prohibitions, adopt right to carry laws, create a Second Amendment individual right to have guns outside the home, enact standard ground laws to further more aggressive gun use, and also to create a new demand for assault weapons. I mean, no one was buying assault weapons in the 80s, and they they changed that very aggressively. You had to get rid of the Clinton initiated federal assault weapon ban, and you had to create the immunity statute so that you could advertise them aggressively. You also had to ally with the Republican Party. And that was the alliance that worked for both of them powerfully. There's also been an alliance of misinformation attacking research that may be legitimate but is unfavorable to the gun industry, and also to push for constitutional carry, that everyone has a constitutional right to carry out guns outside the home. And since Trump was heavily supported by the NRA, he returned 3 NRA-approved justices to the court. So to give you a sense of some of the misinformation, in 2013, the Pew poll asked, compared to 20 years ago, has crime gone up, down, or stayed the same? So there are many things that we don't know about crime, but the one thing we know is crime had fell dramatically, and I had shown you that graph, down from 25,000 murders a year to 15,000, and yet 90% of Americans got that wrong. So how are Americans so misinformed? Part of it is this alliance between the Republican Party and the gun lobby, because they have an interest in misinforming the public and playing upon the fears of the public, and it has worked masterfully. Another indication of this was every year Gallup asks, did crime rise in the last year or did it fall? And during that massive drop I showed you, 5 years into it, in the 90s, still 71% of Americans were saying crime rose. And you can still see that in 2014, where crime was down from 80 per 1,000 in this measure of crime down to 20 per 1,000, still you had 63% of Americans saying crime was rising. So the gap between knowledge about things that are very easily known and what people believe is enormous in the United States. This is the Second Amendment, and of course, the first part of the Second Amendment was very inconvenient to the NRA, a well-regulated militia. And so this was an NRA poster that they were selling for many years. And you notice that they drape a gun across the first part of the Second Amendment as their way to eliminate it. But ultimately, the Supreme Court did it for them. When they got to the Supreme Court said, well, that first part really doesn't matter. And who was it who wrote that opinion? It was Justice Scalia, who described himself as an originalist and a textualist. But he really was neither of those. Judge Posner wrote an article after the decision in Heller in 2008 that created this individual right, saying the incoherence of Antonin Scalia, because he said a textualist, of course, would not just ignore the text in the way that he did. An originalist would say the reason for the Second Amendment was to have a militia. We weren't going to have a standing army. And once that goal was eliminated, the reason for the amendment pretty much went away. But furthermore, nothing about current gun ownership has anything to do with a militia. Interestingly, again, another Republican appointed judge and lifelong Republican, John Paul Stevens, called District of Columbia, the one that created this Second Amendment right, the unquestionably most clearly incorrect decision that the Supreme Court announced during my 34-year tenure on the bench. So there was an enormous shift in the Republican Party from the days of Reagan and Berger and John Stevens to where we are today. The Supreme Court decision of last June, which extended Heller to now say everyone has a constitutional right to have guns outside the home, struck down a 109-year-old law in New York State that required you to have a proper cause to procure a gun permit to carry outside the home. The Second Circuit had sustained that gun as substantially related to the achievement of an important governmental interest, but the Supreme Court wrote a decision while focused on this one law, had a very capacious reach, saying that unless you could establish a historical precedent for a gun safety regulation, it would be unconstitutional. Again, you see that the public is moving in one direction. Now 66% of Americans want more strict firearm laws. Only 8% want less strict, but it's the 8% that are prevailing in terms of what the Supreme Court is doing and what's happening in many state legislatures around the country. So again, goes to some of Jim's points earlier, that there is a fundamental problem in American democracy now, both in terms of willingness to believe things that are clearly not true, and the political system totally ignoring the public on things where there are very large majorities. Here are a couple of sort of reasonable gun measures, one requiring background checks for all gun sales. 90% of Republicans support this. You cannot get a Republican in the United States Congress who will support it. So you can't even get a vote in Congress on it, even though the Democrats will traditionally pass such bills when they're in power. But since you can't get it through the Republican blockade in the Senate, nothing happens. So I mentioned right to carry laws. Again, they allow citizens to carry guns as a matter of right. They typically required a permit, but in the mid-1970s, all but 5 states either banned carry, like Texas, or limited it to those having some measure of trustworthiness. This was 1986, so those red states banned completely. And you can see only a few blue states had right to carry. Today, this is the picture where the blue states are right to carry. You have to get a permit. The green states now have no permit requirement at all. You can just do whatever you want and carry a gun. No training requirements, no permit of any kind necessary. So in the last 5 years, 18 studies have found right to carry laws increase violent crime. So I'm just listing them here. But the one of the things that my work has done, so some of those studies were done by me and my team, is we've noticed that some of the ways in which gun carrying creates problems were not immediately known to people. So right to carry laws lead to a pretty dramatic increase in gun thefts, and they also impair police effectiveness. So these are two things that are not quite well understood, but we'll talk more about them in the subsequent session. Bruin frequently referred to the rights of law-abiding, responsible citizens, but again, there's no effort to really test whether someone is a law-abiding, responsible citizen. Most of the mass shooters meet the definition of a law-abiding, responsible citizen until they start mowing down people. And so the mass shooters in Buffalo, Uvalde, Highland Park, Illinois, all met that simple definition, even though in many countries, their behavior in the past would have kept them from having access to guns. So Biden managed to get through a new federal law that is trying to do something about this in some limited ways for 18 to 20-year-old purchasers. But again, I thought it was interesting that the gun lobby managed to get a sunset provision for that, just as they had done for the federal assault weapon ban. And they figure if we can't win today, at least it'll go away in 10 years and we can count on the Republican minority in the Senate. If even when it's a minority, it's enough to block a passage of a law in the Senate. So it gives you a sense of the power of the gun lobby in Congress. Okay, let me jump ahead to the statements of the lawyer for the NRA in the Bruin oral argument in the Supreme Court. So Justice Breyer had been concerned about the consequences of striking down the New York law. And he said, Justice Breyer, I would point you to two things that would give you some comfort. One is the experience of the 43 states. And there really isn't any case against striking down the New York laws because these 48 states have done just as well as the 5 or 6 states that have the New York regime. So again, he was basically just lying to the Supreme Court. Sadly, the Solicitor General of New York really was not attentive to this issue, should have really jumped up and nailed him a little bit. So let me say a little bit about the case. So if right to carry laws substantially reduced crime, you would expect to see the big drops in crime in the right to carry states. Remember, I showed you there were some very big drops in crime. So let's compare the 8 states that never adopted right to carry and the 37 states that did. And what you see is the 8 states that never adopted had a 42% drop in their violent crime rate. The right to carry adopters had a 6% drop. So a dramatic difference in the improvement in these two sets of states. I just am trying to give you a sense that while it is tricky, and I don't mean to understate the challenges of researchers in trying to figure out what the impact of guns on crime is when there are so many factors influencing crime. We look at it looking at state data, city data, using different tools of econometric analysis. And the story, I think, is very consistent. You can see the pattern that for right to carry states before adoption, things are moving along at the 0 level. As soon as they start adopting right to carry laws, you see the violent crime rate start rising. And we used a different tool called synthetic controls, got very similar results that after about 10 years, you had a 14% increase. So essentially about a 1.5% increase in crime for each year that the law is in place. Just to show you what happened with Arizona, the blue line shows what we predicted would have happened. The black line is what did happen. And essentially, the right to carry statute, according to this synthetic control estimate, led to roughly a 19% higher rate of violent crime in Arizona. So looking at our major city analysis, that was talking about some of the state analysis, right to carry increases crime by 20%, increases gun theft by 50%, and lowers the ability of police to clear crime by about 9%. Again, the counsel for the NRA said, New York isn't doing any better than Phoenix, Houston, or Chicago, but you can see New York was doing a lot better than Phoenix, Houston, and Chicago. It was unquestionably the safest city of these. And so we're very concerned about what's happening in New York. The New York legislature is trying to pass new laws, but it's going to be a challenge to have those approved by the Supreme Court. So Alito, another justice on the Supreme Court, had a concurring opinion in which he alluded to some work that was done by Rand. Rand had done some major analyses of many different gun regulations. And unfortunately, when the Rand study was done, it was before most of those 18 studies that I had just shown you were done. And they said, well, there is evidence that right to carry laws are bad, but it's sort of limited evidence. And Alito quoted that in the manner of suggesting that the evidence actually supports that right to carry laws reduce crime. So he was mischaracterizing what Rand had said. But the worst thing, I think, is that Rand finally updated. I wish they had done this before the argument in Bruin, and now say they've looked across 18 policies and the laws of concealed carry have been established at the highest level of evidentiary support to lead to higher rates of violence and murder. So it's better late than never, but of course, it would have been good if the Rand Corporation had weighed in before that decision was made. Let me just say a little bit about mass shootings and then I'll stop. Obviously, there's been a big problem in mass shootings. I just wrote something for The Atlantic, and they had asked me to write it. It took a while to publish it. I do give them a lot of credit because they wanted to make sure I could prove to them every factual claim I made. And then they didn't publish it right away. And I said, what's your plan? And they said, well, we're just going to wait till the next mass shooting. We know it'll come along quickly. And sure enough, it did in April. And that's the tragedy of the US. We know, sometime in the next 6 weeks, there's going to be another terrible mass shooting. This was one of the worst ones that I was involved with in litigation, the Sutherland Springs killing, 26 dead at a Baptist church. Part of the problem, we talked about culture, is this transition where the NRA and the Republican Party have gone from restraint in the world of guns to this idolatry of the world of guns is very dangerous. And people, the mass shooters, think of this as a moment of glory. They're posting their guns on Facebook. That's where this picture was shortly before. 5 days after this picture was taken, Kelly killed the 26 people. And what was alarming about this case was he stood outside a Baptist church and fired 254 bullets through the walls of the church at head level as people sat in the pews. And there was nothing in 1791 that could cause that sort of mayhem by a handheld weapon. And therefore, the Supreme Court is simply out of their minds when they say we have to look back to 1791 to say what is to be permissible in the US today. Again, so much of the advertisements are directed to young men who feel very insecure. This is a bad thing. This is Adam Lanza, who used this very same gun to kill 26 people in Sandy Hook Elementary School. We have the Brigadier General of the Army saying AR-15s are weapons of war. The NRA makes it seem like, these are pea shooters. Here, a federal judge in one case who voted against the position where I was the expert witness says, "It is our proudest boast that we allow Americans to have dangerous and formidable weapons." I really don't think it is our proudest boast. But if you look at the data, there was a drop in mass shooting deaths during the federal assault weapon ban and a very sharp increase afterwards. And the number of deaths per incident dropped very sharply afterwards and has continued to rise. And so I wrote this article that appeared in the New York Times saying the assault weapon ban really did work. Immediately, the NRA put that on their webpage saying fake news alert and tried to attack the position. So they come up with these ridiculous claims. They said, oh, well, Donohue's graph used a mass shooting definition of 6 deaths rather than the appropriate definition of 4 deaths, and that's how he got this conclusion. Here's the same graph using 4 deaths. You see the same drop and the same rise. So again, it never matters what the truth is. The NRA and their supporters will literally say anything to essentially disarm their critics. And unfortunately, you have judges like Alito and the judge I just alluded to a moment ago who believe these conclusions. So it really is, in my view, the tyranny of the minority and the problems of homicide and mass shootings in an affluent nation like the United States will only grow worse until fundamental reform takes place. So let me stop there.
Thank you very much, Professor Donahue. That was eye-opening, to say the least. I hope you get called to testify on a regular basis before our lawmakers. There's a lot of common sense in that presentation you just made there. So, we'll now transition to the third and final panel today on gun deregulation and violence in the United States. And joining Professor Donahue on stage and also via Zoom, we have some fantastic panelists who will contribute to this discussion. And our first one is on Zoom, so I'm going to ask if we can maybe bring him up at this time. Jonathan Lowy is president and founder of Global Action on Gun Violence. Jonathan Lowy has been bringing, litigating, and winning trailblazing, impactful lawsuits and advocating for gun violence prevention for 25 years. He has litigated in trial and appellate courts in over 40 states, helped win over $100 million in verdicts and settlements for victims of gun violence, created groundbreaking precedent that holds gun companies accountable for their contribution to gun violence, reformed dangerous gun industry practices, and shut down reckless gun dealers. He won the first appellate decision holding that the US gun industry protection law is unconstitutional, and the first settlement in which a gun manufacturer paid for a criminal shooting. He has published numerous articles on gun issues, including The Right Not to Be Shot, and appears frequently on television and other media. He has been named one of the 500 leading lawyers in America for over 10 years by Law Dragon magazine, and he is a graduate of Harvard College and the University of Virginia School of Law. So I believe he's there. Okay, I just wanted to verify. And also we have with us today Dr. Jennifer Carlson of the University of Arizona. She's Associate Professor of Sociology and a MacArthur Fellow from the class of 2022. Jennifer Carlson is an Associate Professor of Sociology. Her work examines the politics of guns in American life, and she is the author of Citizen Protectors, The Everyday Politics of Guns in an Age of Decline, 2015 from Oxford University Press. Also the author of Policing the Second Amendment, Guns, Public Law Enforcement, and the Politics of Race, and Merchants of the Right, Gun Sellers and the Crisis of Democracy. So I think we have a good pairing here on this panel, just looking at these topics. She is currently the principal investigator on a National Science Foundation grant examining the experiences of gun violence survivors in Florida and California. In addition to her academic work, she has written for popular audiences in venues such as the New York Times, Detroit News, Los Angeles Times, Wall Street Journal, and the Washington Post, and she has also appeared on NPR and PBS as an expert on guns in America. Thank you very much for joining us, Professor Carlson. Moderating the panel today is Professor Sergio Puig. Sergio is the Ivo Di Concini Professor of Law and the Director of the International Trade and Business Law Program here at the University of Arizona. He is also the co-editor-in-chief of the Journal of International Economic Law. Before joining the University of Arizona, Professor Puig was the teaching fellow of the Program on International Legal Studies at Stanford and served as a lecturer in law at Duke and Stanford universities. Before entering academia, he practiced law in Mexico and the US, and he also worked at the World Bank and International Center for Settlement of Investment Disputes. And I'll go ahead and stop there to give us a little bit more time for the discussion, but this is a fantastic panel. Professor Puig, it's all yours.
Thank you so much, Justin, and thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, John, and thank you, John, for joining us via Zoom. Well, numbers don't lie, and they're not pretty, and it is a very dramatic situation, what you presented, John, and maybe to try to give context to and understand a little bit more of this, we can ask Jennifer, who has looked into the question of who is buying these guns and how is that happening, right? That, these guns end up in the hands of what seems like very fragile young people, right? So what can you tell and that you have found on your own work?
Yeah, I could talk for the rest of the 45 minutes, but I will not do that. So I want to start out by saying that I'm a sociologist. And so what that means is that I think I approach these questions a little differently than I might from a legal perspective, in the sense that I see law as a crucial aspect of what's going on, but it's one piece of the puzzle. And I also think a lot about not just what law is on the books, but what people imagine law to mean, as well as how laws are enforced. So very much thinking about everything from, the fact that, for example, public law enforcement is actually, based on the data that we have, existing, sorry, there's some ambient noise, that in fact, public law enforcement is actually more supportive of gun rights over gun control than the general public. I think this raises a huge question in terms of when we think about gun laws and enforcing gun laws, what that actually looks like when the rubber meets the road. Another thing that I'm really interested in is actually thinking about exactly this question that we saw some really dramatic statistics on, which is, if self-defense is the #1 reason why people own guns, which has been increasingly the case for the last few decades, how does that square with crime rates, right? And how does that make sense in the context where, at least for a period, crime rates and violent crime with guns was dropping? That's no longer the case, as we know, post-2020. So, what I try to look at is how it is that people turn to guns, the meanings that they make out of, what it means to own a gun. And so that's why I've talked to gun carriers, gun instructors, I've talked to gun sellers. And so that's actually my book that comes out tomorrow, which is The Merchants of the Right book, actually trying to get at what happens in 2020 when you have this massive surge in gun purchasing. So something along the lines of 8.4 million new gun owners. A lot of these people they're obviously people who have never owned a gun before. They may have never thought of owning a gun before. They, all the data suggests that they come from demographic categories that sort of break the stereotype of the, quote unquote, typical gun owner, white, conservative, married guy from, the South or the Midwest. And, one of the things that I found talking to gun sellers as well as talking to gun carriers is that so much of this, yes, crime is definitely at play in the imagination of gun owners and gun carriers, but crime in this country, in the United States, is actually a language that we use to talk about social problems and social policy more generally. So this is obviously an idea that comes from legal scholar Jonathan Simon, the idea of governing through crime. And so what I've found over and over in my research that, guns and fears about crime become ways to articulate things that are not necessarily at all related to crime. And we know this, we see this in national debates about immigration, about school discipline, about downward mobility. Lots of things, above and beyond, guns. And so, what I found in 2020 talking to gun sellers was that, and even it was actually quite interesting. So, the pandemic kind of suddenly erupts and everything shuts down. And really, it's hard to go back to that moment where nobody really knows what's nobody knows how to respond. Nobody knows what's going on. And gun sellers at that moment, it was actually quite interesting to talk to them because they were like, yeah, we are just as baffled. A few of them were kind of echoed the sort of leftist or liberal sort of, you can't shoot a virus with a gun. Even they were like, yeah, what is going on here? And so I actually opened my book with a quote from a gun seller in Florida who basically says in so many words, in this country, you don't have any guarantees. The only guarantee you have is the Second Amendment, and that's why people are flocking to gun stores. And I think that that's so profound because I think it suggests that it's more than just fear of crime. It's fear of social precarity. It's fear of any sorts of kind of, social catastrophes or disasters that, in a country maybe like the UK or Australia or Canada, where I actually taught in for a while at the University of Toronto, if there's other kinds of social safety net, other kinds of sort of a social fabric, something to catch you, we don't see gun sale. We didn't see gun sales surging in those countries. And so I think there's something really profound that yes, crime is part of this story and self-defense against crime is part of this story, but it's beyond that. It says something, the appeal of guns says something about the social fabric in the US. And I think and the frayed social fabric in the US. And I think until we really understand that and sort of recognize that, people in the US who are buying guns, maybe because they're hardcore NRA members, or maybe because that's the only thing that they can think of to do in a time of crisis, like an unfolding pandemic. I think it's going to be hard to have a conversation without kind of having that element in play.
Oh, thank you so much. That's a complicated question, right? I mean, to try to understand, and I think legal scholars and sociologists should work together, right, to try to understand better a little bit this path. But you have written about this in some way, that there is this belief, or at least this mantra of like more guns, less crime, and you brought down that myth among many others. But have you just mentioned right now that there is no reduce. It actually makes it more difficult to police, right? Can you say more of what is the effect of the right to carry on the policing, right? And what is the violence that it creates in your views?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. And as I was doing this work, I kept seeing episodes where police were shooting people. There was a famous case in Minneapolis where a guy was stopped for having, some sort of problem with his license. And the police officer actually filmed this interaction, walked over to the guy, was very cordial. And he said, can you show me your license and registration? And as the guy reached for his license and registration, he said, officer, I want you to know I'm carrying a gun. And the police officer fired 7 bullets into him saying, oh, I thought he was reaching for a gun. It made no sense because, of course, if he was really reaching for a gun, he wouldn't have said, officer, I have a gun. But this is the fear. And we've seen that just in the last week in many episodes in the US where innocent people were shot. But it's a problem for police now that they're confronted by a lot more people. And of course, typically when a police officer is dealing with you, you don't feel really well disposed towards him. And if they pick up any sense of anger and see you making a movement that might scare them, they're not reluctant to shoot you. So we do see a massive amount of police shootings in the US, literally at 100 times the rate of other affluent nations. So that's a problem that then gets the community very unhappy. And if the community doesn't support the police, that undermines policing in the US and therefore makes it harder to solve crimes. And similarly, when the police are afraid, they don't do their job as well. And it's a lot easier to sit in your car and avoid incidents of problems if you're afraid of getting shot. And I think that's one of the reasons why we see a pretty significant drop in the clearance rates of crimes when citizens are allowed to carry concealed handguns.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I think, the problem of that is that at least in other parts of the world, it seems that, the narrative, right, of, the value of having guns in society is a positive one, right? When in fact, you can show the dramatic effects and the complexities that it add to policing. But then what you see in other countries is this contagion, right? Like basically now in Mexico, there is a more active movement right now demanding, relaxing or deregulation of gun ownership. And I think that's problematic, right? Because, it's misinformed by this. But maybe we can just bring John to the conversation, who is joining us from DC. And one cannot be but just very disappointing to the legal system, right? Once we see these, and especially the Supreme Court decisions, maybe you can tell us a little bit of like, what is your hope in continue to rely on the judicial system, despite the fact that it seems like every time that there's like an interesting case, when it gets to the Supreme Court, we get hit by the head and disappointed again. So what do you think can be done through the judicial system?
Sure. Well, I think we have to have hope. I mean, I agree with Professor Donahue about how dire things look. And, in fact, in some ways, it's even worse than Professor Donahue made out, because he said how the NRA lawyer in the Brune case, for example, misstated how ineffective and dangerous allowing broad right to carry is. What Professor Donahue didn't mention, which makes it worse, is that the Supreme Court essentially said it doesn't matter what the public safety benefits of a gun law are anymore, which is really what the Brune decision says. I mean, if it said that if a law does not have a historical basis, it's unconstitutional. Even if it's undisputed, it would save countless lives. So things are pretty bad. But I do have hope, and I think Mexico's litigation, which I'm counsel in along with Steve Ioan, is an example of the hope, because one thing that we've seen is I've been working this issue for over 25 years now, and Mexico is the first nation in the world to bring a lawsuit against the gun industry. The Clinton administration threatened to and almost did, but Mexico has taken that action now, and you've seen a lot of other countries follow, not in filing suit, but in supporting the suit with amicus brief, and also speaking out in the United Nations and in other forums about this huge problem that the United States is causing, that United States gun policy, United States gun industry is causing around the world, certainly in the region, throughout the Caribbean, Latin America, and certainly Mexico and Canada. So, that gives me hope to see the world community speaking out about the need for the gun industry to be reined in. And also specifically the litigation that Mexico has brought, which has been spoken of, and if successful, can just transform the gun industry. I mean, as Steve Ioan said, if we're successful, and I'm hopeful and confident that we will be, U.S. gun manufacturers will be required to sell their guns in a responsible way, and U.S. gun dealers will be required to do that. And that will, vastly decrease the flow of crime guns to Mexico and also to cities around the United States, because it's the same practices. And so, I could go into more detail about why I'm hopeful about the why we'll win in those cases. But I think that sort of effort, both in the courts and in international forum, is something new that has not really been tried over the past 20, 25 years. It's what me and my organization, Global Action on Gun Violence, are focused on. And I really do think it's a strategy that can make a huge difference.
Thank you, John. Maybe I want to come back to the Brune decision in a little bit on what will, a world with a sensible policy, right, will look like. But before that, I want to go into this issue, right? That what's interesting about the lawsuit brought by the Mexican government, of the lawsuits, is like it targets manufacturers and retailers, right? And it really focuses on the way that very clearly Professor Donahue shows how they market their guns, not only to maybe people who probably have like mental health issues, or they have like certain perspective in life, but also criminal organizations directly, right? I mean, I think quite cynically we have seen that in the case of Massachusetts. But one thing that the work of sociologists have tried to clarify, or your work, is what could be interventions that could actually reduce harm in this way, right? Who the Mexican government or other governments, what are the policy interventions that could work, and how can they be directed to consumers or buyers of guns or sellers of guns? So what do you think would be a sensible policy in that regard?
Yeah, I think it's really interesting to unpack, this question of intervention and what policy actually looks like on the ground. And actually, the case that you brought up, who is Philando Castile, I think that's the case that you were referring to. So an African-American gun carrier in suburb of Minneapolis, who's actually stopped because he, quote unquote, fit the description I believe it was a nearby robbery suspect. And actually, he had just recently actually had a conversation with, I think, his sister about, what do I do if I get pulled over, knowing that his gun would be an added layer of criminalization to the fact that he was African-American. And I think that the reason I bring this up is because, I think that enforcement and this question of, laws on the books versus enforcement really matters in terms of thinking about effective policy. Because in my interviews with, I think that case is about guns, and it's also about race and racialized policing. And in my interviews with gun law, so police chiefs, in my reading of the cases, high profile, cases that make the news of police perpetrated killings, and as well as just statements released by the law enforcement community, you do see what reflects what social psychologists call the weapons bias. This idea that when you see an unidentifiable or unidentified object that's next to darker skin, it's more likely to be more quickly identified as a gun versus if it's next to white skin. So I think that's really important. And I think that that's where, that's an example of thinking through, the gun policy issue, but also the social and sociological context in which it's happening is crucial, because I think that's how you get people on board with actually enforcing laws. Okay, so where does this all go in terms of the actual question, which is that I actually think that there is a really interesting, so there's different points of intervention. That's something that we've been talking about a lot. Gun manufacturers, gun sellers, the end user, whether that's in terms of illicit substances or firearms themselves. And I think that actually this is one of the very interesting sort of initiatives. It's not necessarily a policy initiative in the context of suicide that immediately I started thinking about when I was listening to the panelists earlier, which is this idea of actually getting gun sellers on board as frontline enforcers, because whatever you think about gun policy in the United States, they are essentially the frontline bureaucrats, or one of the frontline bureaucrats in terms of enforcing gun laws. And so what has been done in the context of suicide is actually asking gun sellers to get familiar with what are the signs of suicidality, give gun owners an opportunity, say if they have a child who is suicidal in their house, to actually store those guns with a licensed firearms dealer. Obviously that doesn't translate, especially the last part doesn't translate into this issue, but I think that actually thinking about how gun sellers can be brought into this conversation, which obviously there's a framing issue there, there's a creativity in terms of what that policy would look like, but it seems like that would be, that's something that I haven't heard. And I should also say, I think it's pretty obvious that this is not my focus. So US-Mexico gun trafficking is not my focus, but in terms of my research and expertise, but it seems like an obvious point of intervention in terms of addressing some of these issues.
So it's an interesting point then maybe the alliance also of the Mexican lawyers, right, is here with people exploring suicide and what are the causes. But maybe that can be a pivot. And before I go back to a little bit of a policy question for you, both of John Donoghue and John Lowy, what do we know about suicide and guns? John, you can probably illuminate us a little bit. You probably have the data right there.
Yeah, the suicide problem, I think, is clearly exacerbated by easy access to guns. And of course, we do see quite a big uptick in suicide lately. You know, as society is more stressed and levels of anxiety among the youth have risen, youth suicide has gone up, and there's a very clear connection to easy access to guns and suicide. So it turns out that actually more people in the United States die from suicide than either homicide or gun accidents. So it's a big part of the story, but tends not to get as much of a focus as homicides do, because I think the gun industry again has made it seem as though well, it's inevitable, people are going to commit suicide and there's not much we can do about that. But there is quite a bit more that can be done, and unfortunately, most of the states seem to be moving in the wrong direction in this regard right now.
I will go back with John Joey to DC, but maybe you can also address a little bit the question before, right? What do you think, like, you know, if you could design a gun policy without, you know, these terrible precedents that you made reference before, what do you think are the main interventions or the main policy changes that it could be done?
Yeah, well, much can be done, but I agree with Jennifer that we need to sort of change some culture, change the information. I mean, just think about some of the parents of mass shooters, like Nancy Lanza, whose son Adam killed 26 people. She bought the guns for him, and she had a Christmas present for him to give him another gun. This was a guy who had extremely serious mental health issues. He was burning himself with cigarettes. He was, making massive lists of the death tolls from other mass shootings, and yet the mother is buying the guns. This pattern has been repeated over and over again with mass shooters. I mentioned the Sutherland Springs killing. That 25-year-old guy lived on the estate of his parents, and they knew that he should not have guns. But they took no steps to stop them. I remember at the trial, the father or the mother was asked, was she a gun fanatic? Because she had described her son as a gun fanatic, and she said, "Oh no, we're not gun people at all." And they said, "Well, do you have any guns?" And she said, "Well, we do have 5 guns, and both my husband and I keep loaded pistols by our bedside." So the gun culture is very, very deep, and some of those aspects have to change. But things I mentioned, overwhelming numbers of Americans would like universal background checks, and we don't get there. That would be at least a step in the right direction. Many of the recent mass shooters bought their guns on the way to commit their mass shootings. So most Americans, by quite a large margin, would like waiting periods. So these are small things that could help. But I do think bigger innovations would need to be made if we were going to move in the direction of Europe's level of homicide than we are. I mean, even going back to the federal assault weapon ban, which would be a step in the right direction, particularly because we'd be limiting the size of the magazines, which makes the mass shooting so much more lethal. Even that is not enough, because the lethality of weaponry is growing over time. And I think there has to be a commission put in place to just sort of limit the lethality of weaponry going forward. Otherwise, the mass shooting problem is going to get greater and greater. The one, silver lining in this dark cloud is, at some point, we're going to get some overwhelming number of deaths. I hate to even mention how it could happen, but think about getting above a stadium. And at that point, I think the people will rise up, but we may have to see a lot of deaths before we get to that point.
Not a pretty picture, but because you made some reference to culture, you want to make a reference? I mean, any response? Okay, well, maybe back to you, John. I think it's interesting what we've been hearing here about the possibility of within the Mexican strategy of building some bridges with other affected parties, right? I think what I sometimes feel as a Mexican living in the U.S. is that it's hard for for many of Americans, brothers and sisters, to have sympathy for people who suffer the violence in Mexico. But perhaps if we talk about these, right, as victims of the same industry, right, it could be a bit more, there could be a more compelling case. So what do you think can be done in the strategy of the Mexican case, right, to kind of bring these issues to attention as well? That this is an issue that not only affects Mexicans in Mexico, but also it's deeply connected with the problems of suicide in the U.S. and what is being done as well in this regards.
Or well, I mean, beyond suicide, I mean, I would make the connection between the U.S. gun industry practices that facilitate this flood of guns to Mexico and the fentanyl that's, you know, killing so many American young people. I mean, the fentanyl trafficking is from the cartels that are enabled by the guns that they're getting from the U.S. I mean, if the supply of guns were dried up from the U.S. to Mexico, the cartels, you know, would not have the firepower to, you know, conduct their business, you know, with such impunity. So, you know, there is this direct correlation, and a lot of times, you know, even when it's talked about that, you know, the U.S. saying, you know, to Mexico, you have to stop the flow of fentanyl, you know, for people of the U.S. And it's said that, you know, then Mexico saying, well, you have to stop the flow of guns for us. I think stopping the flow of guns is for the U.S. because of the, you know, the fentanyl that results from the trafficking, and also migration issues, which is in response to violence from U.S. guns. So, you know, I think that's a very important message, you know, for us to make, and also that, you know, the practices that Mexico is complaining about, and, you know, it's important to understand what they are. You know, the gun manufacturers know, and they've been told for over 20 years, that almost all crime guns are being sold by a very small percentage of gun dealers. I mean, ATF found over 20 years ago that about 90% of gun dealers sell no crime guns. So these are responsible people who are selling guns the right way. But about 5% of gun dealers were selling about 90% of crime guns. So it's this very, you know, small percentage of dealers, and they're the ones who, when a trafficker comes in and says, I want to buy a dozen AR-15s, and the trafficker comes back the next week and says, I want to buy another dozen, and I want to buy hundreds of rounds of ammunition, and I want to buy a 50 caliber sniper rifle that shoots down helicopters, which is what happens. You know, that 5% is willing to, you know, to sell those guns. And it's exactly those practices, both what the dealer's doing and the manufacturers supplying those dealers and putting no reasonable restrictions or conditions on how they sell guns. Those practices are supplying, you know, the cartels, and are supplying the crime guns being used within the U.S. So again, if Mexico succeeds, the United States will be a great beneficiary. So I think that's really, really important. And then just real briefly on you know, policy reforms that would be effective. I mean, why this sort of litigation strategy is so important is because it's the one thing that takes the profit out of supplying the crime gun market. I mean, right now, when people in Mexico, people in Jamaica, people in the United States are killed, it's all profit for the gun industry. And only civil liability can impose some of those social costs on the manufacturers, on the dealers, and that is the one thing for people who only care about their bottom line. It's the one thing that will change their practices.
Thank you so much. That was a nice way in transitioning into other questions that I have, but maybe I should wait to make them before and see if anybody wants to ask a question here in the audience.
Yeah. So the question was, how did Australia get it right?
Yeah.
And you are? Kathy K.
Yeah, it's a great question. Australia, like New Zealand, are two nations that responded to very significant mass shooting problems. 1996 was the Australia mass killing, and before the 13 years before that mass killing, Australia actually had a higher rate of mass shootings than the US per population. But 12 days after the mass shooting, they banned semi-automatic rifles and bought them back from the public and basically ended the mass shooting problem. It was controversial at the moment when it was announced, but now today the people are very happy that that decision was made.
Say in Mexico, I have more a comment than a question. Sorry for that. But now that you were asking for policy intervention programs and this sort of stuff, I think we should talk about the so-called hospital-based violence intervention programs that try to connect those who are victims of violence, non-fatal injuries, with different community programs and this sort of stuff. In the US, there are very good examples and very success examples of these programs because they depart from the idea that those that receive a non-shot tend to commit a second crime or are victims of crime. So I think that Mexico can learn a lot from the US experience in that sense. No, I miss a little bit like the health policy discussion in the panel, and I think we should really try to start applying this sort of stuff in Mexico as well.
Yeah, I think those are such extremely promising programs. They don't require some massive revision of gun laws. They basically require money, which money is what they got with the bipartisan bill that was passed, right within days of the Bruin decision that we heard about. And so, yeah, absolutely. I think that those are, so as you mentioned, the issue of retaliation and providing resources at the moment, those community violence intervention programs address that. They also address the fact that even beyond the moments and weeks after, a gun violence injury, woundedness, the trauma of gun violence is so much more profound than we acknowledge it to be. And those programs also address that. The other thing that those programs do is actually give jobs and recognize the expertise of people, for example, who have become experts in violence by virtue of the fact that they were formerly gang affiliated, maybe. And so, they get connected up with, groups like the Interrupters in Chicago. And what happens is that they are actually able to play this incredibly powerful, productive role in actually using their expertise to, and this is not just the hospital-based stuff, but the street level stuff where they're actually literally putting themselves in the line of fire, de-escalating arguments that could escalate into gun violence. And actually there's been some research that's recently come out showing that these frontline violence interventionists are actually experiencing a lot of trauma, a lot of PTSD, a lot of exposure to gun violence, more so than even public law enforcement, or as reported. And so, that's also a question of how do you support those frontline workers. But I think that is an incredibly powerful model for thinking about how do we address not just the prevention side, which is oftentimes what the conversation is about, but also the aftermath. Because even in, the world where suddenly guns did not exist, we still have hundreds of thousands, and that's putting it really like a really low number of gun violence survivors, secondary primary victims, and that trauma doesn't go away. So I think that is incredibly powerful. Thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, I just briefly wanted to bring out what is happening in Colombia right now with the peace agreements. In 2008, the paramilitaries turned in their guns, then the guerrillas, and now society is facing this dilemma of what to do with people who have been involved in gun violence as perpetrators. So there are a lot of really interesting initiatives that are happening. There's also a great deal of stigma. So a lot of people want those who participated in guerrilla or who participated as paramilitaries to go to jail straight ahead. The new government, which is very different from the ones we've had in the past, is trying to create these, or total peace initiative, but there's a lot of people against it because of the stigma that it brings. So anyway, it is just a comment. I think there's a lot of happening in Colombia right now. I think it's worth looking at what is going on to see what's working and what is not, but definitely not an easy situation once people start turning in arms. There's also, with the dismantling of paramilitaries, and it was not completely dismantled, you have what are called BACRIMs, which are criminal bands of people who kept their arms and have they are all over the place, and you don't know what's going to happen with those. So a lot of issues in this aftermath that are worth looking at.
We have just 5 more minutes, so maybe we can just get a final remark from our speakers. And maybe what I get from this is it's obviously a very complicated issue, right? And it's an issue that some of you have been involved through your work or through your practice of law. It's an issue also where law has some limits as well, right? So I think we have to start thinking in more holistic ways, right? Like healthcare interventions, right? And de-escalation and many others that I think part of the impetus of having this event here is this is a community that has been affected profoundly by gun violence, right? In recent months as well. And I think, we have to think, right, that, how we can contribute to that effort, that discussion, and just realizing that we live in one of the ground zeros of guns trafficking, right? That PIMA, as Councilor Alejandro Celorio shows, right? That we live in this, right? And then we probably live in a beautiful community here in Tucson, Arizona. But what happens when there's a gun show, right? That this weekend that we just welcome you, right, with this gun show, and have 8,000 attendees, right? Attending, right? There is a deep cultural problem, right? A deep issue that I think goes beyond what the law can do. So perhaps final remarks, Jenny, John, and John, perhaps giving us a little bit of hope to what's coming.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to give hope. That's a that's a tall order. I think that one of the comments you made before, kind of riffing off what you just said, that you have all these people at the gun show, and we know that people are buying guns, and we see the number of people in this room, and it's kind of like, where is the public interest in this issue that we're talking about? And I think that there's a lot going on, but I do think that we need to take responsibility and accountability, and I'm going to speak as an academic, for not engaging in conversations that might be uncomfortable, that might force us to rethink our, where we sit and where we stand. I absolutely agree with this idea that, it's very easy to, it's easy, particularly for someone who looks like me, who's a university professor, to ignore gun violence because, for many people in the U.S., gun violence happens when when the headlines get captured because of a mass shooting, and the vast majority of gun violence is not mass shootings. It's community gun violence, it's suicides, and so I think that is. I think that's problematic. And also it doesn't go away, as I already mentioned, in the immediate aftermath. I mean, we watch the headlines, maybe we talk about something for a couple weeks as a public, and then it kind of falls from view. And, I think there's been a lot of attempts to try and create kind of what was already mentioned of when the body count gets to this amount, it's going to be so impactful that people will have to do something. And I think that there's been attempts to find that magic number, right? That, whether it's a dollar amount and how many, how much people in the US pay for gun violence, or whether it's, the number of people impacted, maybe it's, the mental health ramifications. I mean, there's lots and lots of examples of this. And, and so I'm going to end on a sobering note, which is that, any one of those, what I've learned today and what I've kind of processed myself sitting here thinking about this angle on the issue is that all those numbers are just wrong. And so even this idea that we know the crime stats, well, but why are we drawing the boundaries at this line on a map, essentially? And so, I think that number, 45,000 people killed by guns, which is kind of the latest numbers, maybe it's a little higher for 2022, that doesn't include anything we're talking about, or most of what we're talking about today. And so I think that's one of the things that is very frustrating is we do not actually know as much as we should know about guns in the US. And there's a lot of reasons for that we do not have time to get into. But even in terms of gun deaths, we actually don't know. And I think that is, I think that's how I can end, I guess. So.
John, final words from from John O'Huan and John Joey.
Okay, when we mentioned Australia was able to overturn their gun problem, the Prime Minister of Australia did note at the time that they did not have a powerful domestic gun industry, and of course that is a central problem in the United States. I think the litigation that Jonathan and others are pursuing is a very valuable way to go. At some point, of course, just a change in the composition of the Senate might be enough to get rid of the federal immunity statute. And litigation has been a force for improvement in the tobacco industry litigation and the opioid crisis. So that is one promising avenue. And hopefully we can get to a better regulatory system through these mechanisms rather than waiting for the ultimate catastrophe of 2,000 killed at a New York Yankees game or something before real change comes.
John, last word.
Sure. So I do have hope for, I guess, three basic reasons. One is the litigation, which I think will take the profit out of supplying the crime gun market and gun violence. Two, international action that Mexico's leading, that other countries are speaking up. We're seeing more activity in the United Nations, in the OAS, and in Inter-American Court, focusing on this problem of U.S. guns and U.S. gun policy is violating human rights and international norms. And that's very promising. And third is young people. And, the big problem in gun politics historically has not been what do people support? Vast majorities support sensible gun laws. It's always been intensity. And the intensity has always been on the minority of gun extremists. And young people are shifting that and are really overtaking the intensity gap on the side of gun violence prevention. That will lead politicians to follow public will.
Thank you so much. Please join me in thanking the panel for the excellent panel. Thank you.
Once again, thank you, panelists. That was a fantastic discussion, very thought-provoking. And we have one more speaker to bring us home, to kind of pull it all back together. It's an unenviable task, Ioan, but I think you're certainly the journalist and the author for the job. So some final remarks.
Thank you very much, and I'll be very quick so we can stop and eat some tacos or some Arizona tacos, have a beer and finish off. So just for like 10 minutes for the last words then. So, thanks a lot for the organizers of this conference. Thanks to Sergio, to Justin, to Dustin. This is a very good issue and a very good place. Particularly as it was mentioned, this is ground zero, one of the major places for trafficking guns from the United States into Mexico. And as Jim mentioned, an hour from the border, one of those places an hour away is the Peck Canyon. It was named, in fact, after a death in 1886 when the wife and daughter of Artemus Peck were killed by Apaches, angry about their land being taken. But there was another murder there in 2010. Brian Terry was an agent for the Border Patrol elite unit, the BORTAC unit. And he was on a mission with some others in December to fight what they called a RIP crew, a group of criminals who were robbing other drug traffickers. And they were out there when there was, in a night when there was a firefight, and Brian Terry got a bullet which stopped an artery to the heart and died in the place. Now, very sad death. There's a figure of him, in fact, close by in Bisbee at the border station, a figure of him. He became a kind of hero for them. And all these deaths are very sad. But also it's typical that an American agent dying in some cases can bring a really big response when there's daily deaths happening in Mexico from the same pattern of guns and in the United States. So at the scene, they captured somebody with 2 AK-47s and immediately traced them. As anyone who knows, who's been to the I went to the Trace Center in West Virginia, you can't do a digital trace. It's not like you can make a phone call and say, give us, we've got these numbers. They have to phone up the gun companies and it's illegal to do a digital trace. So they went and did a manual trace, but fast in this case, and found out who the guns had been sold to. It was here in Arizona, in Phoenix. They found the person, and he was somebody who was being investigated by the ATF. They were following him. He was a straw buyer. We talked about somebody with clean records buying guns, but he was being followed by the ATF, and they were quite nervous about it because they realized they'd watched him be buying many, many guns. This would blow open this big scheme called Fast and Furious, an operation by the ATF in which they watched almost 2,000 guns be trafficked to Mexico. Interestingly, they talked about these guns being walked to Mexico. Criminals run guns, governments walk guns, according to this. Now, watching these 2,000 guns, some of the mind-boggling things when you look at this case is one single straw buyer called Uriel Patiño. He bought 723 firearms, spending $575,000. Got away with it again and again and again. Now, we know about him because this case was blown open and is being watched. But how many more cases? When these 200,000 firearms are being trafficked to Mexico every year, how many more cases? People buying 723 guns, more than $500,000 again and again and again. Now, when Fast and Furious blew up, it was kind of so mind-boggling, it spawned 3 conspiracy theories about it. One of them is here in the United States, people in the NRA, because it happened under the Obama administration, they said, well, this is a plot against guns. They're trying to make gun owners look bad. This was, voiced by the NRA, so they can pass some law against them. There was not a popular belief in Mexico. You could say a conspiracy theory, but a popular belief, well, the United States wants to destabilize Mexico. It wants, how come they're involved in letting 2,000 guns be trafficked to criminals? They want Mexico to be destabilized and weak. And a third conspiracy theory, which still continues to this day, was like, well, where did these guns go? Many went to the Sinaloa cartel. There must have been some plot with the US government, the Calderon administration, the Sinaloa cartel, and these things come with the Garcia Luna case right now. I believe, as my dad said to me, you have conspiracy theories and you have the cock-up theories, meaning maybe the screw-up theories. I believe it was a big screw-up, but it says very big things about the level of trafficking to Mexico and also about these federal operations to stop them. But one casualty of Fast and Furious was that it knocked gun trafficking to Mexico off the agenda for a decade. And in that time, maybe 2 million guns were trafficked to Mexico from the United States. In that time, maybe 300,000 murders in Mexico. Before it had been an issue, Felipe Calderon, for faults of Felipe Calderon, had gone to a joint session of Congress in the United States and brought up the issue of gun trafficking to Mexico. But after this, it was off the agenda. No one went near this. Until, particularly, 2021, so 10 years after it was blown open, and Alejandro Celorio, I was there when he launched this lawsuit against the United States. I believe this was key in bringing back this to the agenda, where it is now very big on the agenda. Now, when our conversations are had about security, guns are there. It's hard to avoid them. And they say this is not about pressuring the US government. I believe that could be being slightly diplomatic. It has succeeded, I believe. When we saw the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act last year, and this was not really missed or picked up by much of the media, Section 12004, Stop Illegal Trafficking in Firearms. This is action. This pressure is also in other things. You had rules on ghost guns being passed. I believe in many things, this is a depressing, sometimes covering drug trafficking, covering violence. It seems there's no way out. How do you stop demand for drugs and people taking drugs? How do you stop cartel violence, gang violence? But I believe at least on this issue, there can be progress, because in a way it seems a low-hanging fruit. How can it be possible that someone's buying 723 guns again and again for the cartels? How is that possible? So in this issue, but it must carry on to see this and to see a real sea change. If there can be peace in Mexico, reduction of violence, if the Mexican government can overcome this, it needs to reduce the iron river of firearms. And there is change happening. I believe there can be changing in this, but it needs still, even with these laws on the books, they need to be enforced. There's few ATF agents, so you need public pressure, public awareness, and this conference is a big part of that. So Well done for having it, and thank you very much. A round of applause for the organisers, and thank you very much.
That was an amazing closing statement, Ioan. Thank you so much. And with that, thanks again to each and every one of the panelists, to our keynote speakers, to those of you who are in attendance today, whether in person or on Zoom. What a thought-provoking, eye-opening conversation. And I think that all of us, we have to have hope. There are so many brilliant and committed minds who are working on these issues and looking forward to a tomorrow where our countries and the societies that we live in, can be at least somewhat less, threatened by the possibility of, being impacted by a bullet. So with that, we will close, and I know that we will continue these conversations. This is a dialogue that will be ongoing, and we will certainly be following the progress of these court cases as they move forward, and we hold them in our best interests. So thank you all very, very much for joining us today. Thanks again to the organizers, to the James E. Rogers College of Law, to La Secretaría de Relaciones Exteriores, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and to Arizona International. And now, as we close, I invite all of you to join us on the patio just behind me here. Now, let me just say one thing really quick. In Tucson, we usually have nice weather, but whenever you plan an event and you're going to be outside, somehow things conspire against us. So it is a little gusty out there, but we'll be there just the same, and we look forward to your company and your conversation. Thank you all very much.